Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gravity Rush stage or round three. Sorry, I wasn't going to say stage, but we are in round three here of the group stage and very excited to have you guys back. Tint, Cyberfox, how are you guys doing? Welcome back to Gravity Rush for some racing action, baby.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm super
This is
pleased
going
to
to
be
be an
here.
interesting day.
Go for it, Tint. Let's kick
Looking
it off
forward
with
to
you
the
first, man.
mix of tracks.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. We're going to see a lot of people's earlier choices maybe come back to bite them. We're going to see who manages to clutch out some points, and I think every race we're looking at today has a little bit of a nail biter in it. So this is going to be fun.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting day, especially, we're not in atmosphere. We're going to be in, in these space tracks. And we're going to be talking a little bit about that later on today, covering the tracks and everything else in between. But Cyberfox, how you feeling today? Thank you so much for joining us, throughout the Gravity Rush. But how you feeling about round number 3 today?
Yeah, I'm hyped for this one. Now, I spoke to a lot of the racers before the event, and they were just complaining about having all these zero-G races in. Racers really have a preference for the ATMO races, and I don't blame them. I hate them as well, but it's going to make for some great viewing. Throttle Over Fear really will make its mark here today because you've just got to control your speed when you're in zero-G. You've got to move sideways, look where you're going, but drive the other way. It's just going to be amazing.
I actually love that, man. You bring in, that throttle over fear every single time into the mix. I forgot who came up with that, but man, props to them. It was fun kind of putting together everything for Gravity Rush, but that was love kind of getting that in there. But anyways, let's jump right into the courses for today because that's one thing that we're gonna go over today is all zero G courses, while the first, 2 rounds were all atmosphere. So I mean, well, Yadar Valley is still atmosphere, but they still got a couple more. They still have some zero G races today that definitely are going to challenge some of these racers today. But here we go. Race number 1 that everybody's going to be facing today is going to be Yadar Valley. Definitely one of my favorite ones. We saw it last week with the Auroras, but this time around they get to use their personal ships. But I'm gonna send it right back over to you, Cyberfox. Yadar Valley, but this time, we have the P72, the Mirai Razor, the M50 out there. What do you think we're going to see today here in Yadar Valley?
Yeah, well, it's the lowest gravity of all tracks. It's got the thinnest atmosphere, so it flies the most like zero-G, so it's a good lead-in to the zero-G tracks. Any ship feels fast here, and in round 2, we saw Splen in its M50 keeping up with the snub ships, which was really impressive. And if you remember, I likened the mix of all the corners and the chicanes and the long straights as like mixing up your cereals. You got the crunch, you got the chew, you got the cold, you got the hot. It's got a load of interesting corners in this track. So yeah, really excited for Yadar Valley. And Herbie as well. Shout out to Herbie putting down time trials and track times since up to 3 days ago on scr.gg, practicing like right up to the last minute. So yeah, good to see those times still going up there.
Well, hey, shout outs to Herbie, man. Love seeing the practice. They definitely want to come into that top 6, but we'll explain more about the entire tournament breakdown here shortly. But Tint, without further ado, your thoughts on Yadar Valley today, now that the racers have their own ships instead of Auroras like last week or last round.
Yeah, I mean, this is really going to be the last chance, I think, for the P72s to really flex what they're capable of for the people who chose that ship. And having seen it last week on Auroras, it's going to be wild to see the difference. So, I mean, for some context on that difference, last week we saw Ordito running this track in 57 seconds, Shaknu running it in 56. Ordito is our current world record holder on SCR with a time trial pace of 44 and a half seconds. So
Wow.
they are nearly 15 seconds faster time trial pace on this track than they were racing in the Auroras. And that is in an M50. So that one really can go any way you want it to.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Our next track for today is going to be Pyro Gateway. This one is, as you talked about, the thinnest atmosphere there, Cyberfox. But we got this one, from what I've heard, is definitely a difficult one. But Tint, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts about, Stanton Pyro Jump Point or Gateway, coming into the Gravity Rush as a track that they have to complete?
I mean, this one, there's no ways, there's no two ways about it. It's brutal.
Yeah.
This track is absolutely one that will punish racers who have not put their time in on it. It's so easy to overspeed. I mean, it's always easy to overspeed in zero G, but with this big long straightaway, and then people start cutting in at the end, we're going to see some heartbreak crashing into the rings, and we're going to see a lot of people who are taking it way slower than they might otherwise, just to make sure that they don't have that problem. So I'm excited to see what they make of it. I know some of these guys like Splin and probably also Ordito will be full sending it no matter what, and I'm excited to see what kind of times they can pull out.
Yeah, this is one that I'm very excited for myself because every time somebody tells me, "Hey, this one's going to be difficult," I just cannot wait to see the results here. Stanton Pirate Jump Point, Cyberfox, your thoughts on this one? And I'm excited too because they're going to be using their ships that they chose from the get go. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I like Tin says ship choice does matter, and it's going to really have an impact as soon as we see this track, this first zero G track, appear in the mix. And I think as well, this track came in during the development of master modes, and it was designed around like a long straight where you're supposed to, or that CIG encouraged you to switch to nav mode for the long straight, go around these wide corners, and then switch to SCM mode for the zigzags from I don't know how many checkpoints. There are 28 checkpoints, so from about halfway around, switch to SCM mode. And the racers, they sort of tried to optimize using that strategy, but found actually just staying in nav was faster.
Faster,
And they
yeah.
found as well, yeah, a little bit of a glitch. I don't know if you remember this, but just powering your ship off and then power cycling meant that you could switch to nav mode faster, and you could decelerate your ship faster as well. I don't know if you've done the same, like approaching like a station and you switch from nav mode to SCM mode to try and slow yourself down as quickly as possible. So there was a bit of different techniques going on here. I'm not sure if any racers are going to try that today, but it'd be interesting to see how the ship joints plays out, because we do have nav mode speeds with the M50, whereas the snub ships, they don't quite go as fast.
Yep. I mean, I kind of like how Tin says, right? We're going to see a lot of people kind of, they had to put out in these, I would say in the first 6 races before they got to this point, because I know the subships are not going to be as good on these tracks as some of the other ships like the M50 and the Razors. So definitely looking forward to those. And our last track for today is the Miner's Lament. And this one is I did my hand gesture and I'm doing it again. It's all over the place. I don't know. I feel like people are gonna get lost. If they didn't, this is another one what I'm pretty sure if they didn't practice. Best of luck to you. But Cyberfox, what are your thoughts on Miner's Lament? It looks scary. That's all I can say right now.
Yeah, it's a highly technical track. There's a few hard turns. Checkpoint 8, checkpoint 13. Either you overspeed and you black out, or you just have to manage your velocity as much as possible there. Really, it's also a track that really emphasizes the old versus new racing
You?
styles.
Yep.
So the old racers have like the old flight models that they used to, and they were used to racing this in like I suppose more of a drifty style with the tricording. But with the tricording no longer here, the new racers haven't had to relearn their flight style, so they've learned to use their mains and then flip around to decelerate. Whereas the older racers are used to using the tricording to be able to push themselves in a different direction. So I think there's going to be a few different flying styles for this one, because as you said with your little dance, it is all over the place, and you've got to manage your speed, you've got to manage your velocity, you've got to manage your direction. So to maintain control, especially through, I suppose there's 2 checkpoints as well that are really interesting here. One is a keyhole, and one's got some debris. One's got a caterpillar exploded. Very hard to see, that you got to dodge as you're zipping around this track. So it's really complicated. I think we're going to find it hard to follow, but yeah, exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, this one definitely, it looks scary and very good point on the debris stuff there. Tint, your thoughts on Miner's Lament and where you think this one's going for today?
I think this is definitely the head tracking will show itself in full force, and It is a technical track, but it is one that I think most of these racers have probably spent a lot more time on. Pyro Gateway, especially the way that Arena Commander presents it as a 3-lapper, can really feel like a grind. Whereas Miners is definitely, it's challenging, but it can be really fun when you get into the groove on it. I'm curious to see what we actually wind up seeing in terms of how the racers are thrusting on the track, because although there's no advantage to tricording anymore, it's not necessarily invalid. And depending on the ratio of thrust in the ship you're using, you can wind up with the same sort of thrust output, but in a much more usable direction, as long as the vertical and lateral thrusters aren't pushing too hard to be cutting back on the mains power with the new flight egg that we've all had to adapt to. So we may see some of the old racers still tricording just for better visibility, and I think that might honestly serve them quite well because, as you rightly pointed out, Fox, there's a lot of debris, there's a lot of antennas, there's a lot of things we can clip on this track. The keyhole is always a fun one, but it is almost big enough to get a Carrack through. I can vouch that myself. You lose one of the wings, but who needs both wings?
Yep. I mean, for Miner's Lament, we're going to be running 3 laps, and then for Pyro Gateway, because it is a longer track, we're going to be running 2 laps today. So definitely looking forward to that. But let's take a look at our standings here. For the races from round 1 and round 2, going into round 3. Let's take a look at group number 1. And just as we saw, Ninjetti leading the way here with 21 points, NeoJet with 19, Ricky Tiki with 14 points here for group number 1. And then, as you can see, the fastest laps has been, NeoJet and Ninjetti going back and forth on it here. We have all of our 3 racers here today. So, I'll throw it right back to you, Tent. Who do you think is going to, is Ninjetti going to stay on that top? Are we going to see Ricky Tiki move up? What are your thoughts here for group 1 today?
I don't think we're going to see a better indicator of performance today than Yadar Valley. It's the thinnest atmosphere we've gotten to see so far across the first 6 races. And it's, I think, also the most technical in a lot of respects. It might only compete with Snake Pit on that front. So we've got, I think Ninjetti's going to squeak this one out. But I'm looking forward to seeing NeoJet full send.
Awesome. Same question your way, Cyber Fox. What do you think is going to happen here in group number 1? Are we going to see any lead changes, or you feel like it's going to stay put the way it's at currently right now?
Well, I've just been pinged by NeoJet, who is sat in a cyber cafe with his setup. So I don't know how comfortable he's going to be and how quick he's going to learn this. So I think that's going to be a bit of a barrier for NeoJet. Very interesting to see his dedication to the race and to this event. So shout out to you, NeoJet. Fair play to you, man. So I think as long as he can get comfortable, I think it's going to be a close race. But yeah, that's one of the things that is a slight wild card from my perspective.
Yeah, I'm thinking around the same thing as well. I mean, NeoJet definitely does strive in different scenarios. I don't think him being where he's at, it's going to affect him too much. I think he'll get used to it very quickly, maybe after the first round. But I think with D0G races coming up, it may pose a risk. So I don't know. I think I can see Ricky Tiki taking a second place spot and leaving NeoJet if he doesn't get comfortable quickly towards the end. So let's see what happens. That's going to be super interesting. So. But let's take a look at group number 2 here, standings for group number 2, where we have, I believe, Liquid Prime, Shaqnu, Nickel, JG, and then Sam Tastic. Let's take a look at standings for group number 2. And then, we see Shaqnu with 23 points, Liquid Prime with 16, Sam Tastic with 11, and Nickel JG 24 with 2 points. So, I feel like we're definitely going to see the top 3 kind of stay the same throughout the race. But I heard that Shaqnu probably not racing today, so that might put Liquid Prime up on the starting of the leaderboard, and going into the next round. That's going to benefit him quite a bit. But what are your thoughts here? Sending it right back to you, Cyber Fox.
Yeah, I mean, I think Group 2 is going to be a bit of a change about this time around. And I think in terms of the way that the whole tournament goes and catching up with all of the points, I think this is the first round where, because of the 0G tracks, we're going to see a real big shuffle. So,
Yep.
I mean, that's true for all of the groups. But for Group 2, I think there's a mix of races here. So I would say this is going to make the biggest difference to them.
All right, sounds good. Your thoughts here on group number two? Then,
I mean, yeah, obviously, Liquid getting the leg up headed into the semis is going to do him a world of good, and especially having picked a ship that I think will definitely favor the semifinals a little bit more than some of the other options. I'm looking forward to see what he gets to make out of that.
all right, sounds great. Yeah, I think going into this entire breakdown and seeing missing a day, it's definitely gonna hopefully it doesn't bite Shackman in the butt because remember the top six. We'll talk a little bit more about this later, but top six will be moving on to the finals, and then that top three are going to be crowned. Top three are going to be qualified for the next LAN event that we do here at ATMO Esports. So I'm very looking forward to see who that top three is going to be as the competition trickles down a little bit more. I know we're going to see definitely a lot more high speed action in some of these tracks. But let's jump into group number three, which is I believe our biggest group with 5 members. Let's take a look at that one. And we currently got our 5 placements. We got Ordito with 24, Herbie with 15, Canadian Maverick with 13, Shipko with 5, and then White Rice with 0. Very honestly, I'm not saying this in a bad way, but love seeing Herbie up there, more of a ground racer from my opinion. Love seeing Herbie up there, up in that second place spot. Still Canadian Maverick looked a lot better in round 2. Coming into round 3, now that they're back in their own ships, maybe that changes. But what are your thoughts here for group number 3, Tint?
I think this is one where we may see people's experience come out again. Canadian being a long-time racer, the Atmo flight models changed a lot over the years, but Zero G has had much fewer huge fluctuations over its time. So I'm expecting to see Canadian gain an advantage in Zero G over Herbie, and I'm excited to see them fight it out for who gets a little bit more of a privileged spot headed into the semis.
Awesome, awesome. Your thoughts here on group number 3 and where you see it going here, Cyberfox?
Yeah, it's funny because Audito is one of the most practiced racers, as Tint is sort of alluding to, but he's in a snub ship, whereas Canadian Maverick is in the M50. And I think the M50 is going to have the advantage here. It's got all of the top times on all of the zero G tracks at the moment on SCR.GG. So those who have chosen snub ships for the earlier rounds, I think are going to really struggle to keep up during this, despite the fact that Audito has like fastest laps and world records and is one of the most practiced. So he'll be fighting to keep up with Canadian Maverick, I believe, in this race.
Very good point there on the types of ship that they chose, and that's the risk that they had to take from the beginning. But definitely looking forward to see how Group 3 plays out in today's Gravity Rush round number 3. With our final group here, let's take a look at Group number 4, because this is our final group. Very exciting for this group, where we see you see a few people here. We see Jellyhead Made with 23. We got Splen with 18, Slum with 5, and then Henchman 0 with 1 point. And by the way, shout out to, doesn't matter if you gain a point. We got so many incredible racers coming out to race no matter what, trying to get some points on the board, and I really appreciate everybody for participating. So make sure you guys are rooting for all of your favorite racers in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or on X. Appreciate you guys tuning in and checking out Gravity Rush for its inaugural season. But let's jump right into it. Cyberfox, your thoughts on group number 4? Are we going to see Splen move on up into that first place spot now that we're in a zero G? Maybe maybe it plays out better for him, or do you think Jellyhead Made is going to stick in that top spot here for group number 4?
Yeah, well, we obviously saw Jellyhead Made and Splen battling out in Yadar Valley, and Splen like putting on a showcase of skill, like really redding out, pushing it to the limits, blacking out from time to time, and just unfortunately splashing out as well, and DNFing on a couple of those races. So I think Splen's like on the bleeding edge of what can be done in a ship, and he's having a hell of a lot of fun and putting on a good show for us. And I think he's just going to speed ahead in this round. I don't think Jellyhead Made is going to be able to compete in the zero G, so he's got to get some points for Yadar Valley while he's still in his snub ship. And I think essentially it's a switch of narrative, right? Splen was trying to keep up with Jellyhead Maid, and I think in this round, after Yadar Valley, it's going to be the other way around. So it's about the racing and the chasing from the last round, but yeah, switched.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. Yep. I mean, like you mentioned, we got Jelly had made in that P72, while you still have Splint on that Origin M50. Thoughts on that, Tint, on group number 4?
I mean, I think I'll take it a step further than Fox and say not only do I expect Jellyhead to struggle to keep up, I will honestly be a little disappointed if he doesn't play it safe, if he doesn't take the more conservative lines and just make sure that he's getting enough points to get those second place, finishes um, for today. Because I mean, as tight as things are across the point spread, if he can come in second every time, I think he narrowly holds on to his position in first place, getting that top spot heading into the semifinals. But if he makes any mistakes today at all, I expect Splin to be ready to take that.
All right. Well, glad to hear it. Let's see if all these results or predictions are going to happen today. But before we jump into our first race of the day with group number 1, let's take a look at our tournament breakdown. If you've been following Gravity Rush throughout the entire day, we want to break it down for you so you can understand where races are coming from, where they're going, and how they're going to end up in that final spot of Gravity Rush. So let's take a look at the group stage. We have 3 group rounds. We've had them round 1, where they raced the first 3 maps, which was Lord of Outskirts, Icebreaker, and Snake Pit, into round 2, which was Auroras only. And then, they did the Snake Pit, Skyscraper, and Yadar. And then where we are right now in round 3, we're going to Yadar, and then our 0G, I would say our 0G tracks. And then we had 4 groups. Out of those 4 groups, we're going to have top 3 advance in each of those groups into the semifinals. And now what's going to happen here is that in first place in each group will be in Rush 1, second place in each group will be in Rush 2, and then in third place in each group will be in Rush 3. And these are going to be 4 racers each, just like the amount of groups that we have. Now, what's going to happen is that we're going to have around 9 rushes or races, as we want to call them, in Kaplan Stadium. These racers, as they come in first place, are going to move on up and move on down. And once we're done with the 9 races, whichever racers are in that top 6 spots are going to move on to the finals to compete for the championship glory, the top 3, an invitation to the next ATMO Esports LAN event. So we're definitely looking forward to that. And the tracks for the finals is to be announced yet. We will announce those during the semifinals, as we want it to be a surprise and for racers to, to kind of have a couple of weeks to at least get ready for the final race. But yeah, any comments on how we always want this to be unique for all the racers, but any comments from you, Cyberfox or Tint, on how we are breaking down the tournament here for Gravity Rush?
Yeah, I just love the fact that we're going to shuffle up and down and see the mix of the groups before we get them all battling head to head in the final. I love the fact that we're moving to Kaplan Stadium as well. It's one of my favorite racetracks to watch. It's one of the most cinematic to view. So I think that the shuffling of the tournament format is not only exciting for viewers, but it's exciting for racers as well. And again, like you said, shout out to those racers who have competed, even though they've only got like 1 or 2 points on the board, because these sorts of events, I remember seeing early races like Audito and Dude 3D when they were starting out only getting 1 or 2 points, and then suddenly they were in these mixes, and then because they did well in like 1 or 2 events, that pushed them forward into some finals for some events, and then they got some trophies, and you kind of see races grow in a format like this, and it gives opportunity for those who are not as veteran as others. So of course we're going to filter out the best racers, but it means that we get to see a real showcase of skill across the board.
Well said there, Tins. Any last thoughts on this tournament breakdown, and going into finally after this, the semifinals?
The thing I love about this format is that, I mean, right now everybody's fighting to get the best position they can to be as safe as they can going into the semis. But of course, absolutely no one is perfectly safe, because we do have in that final round of the semis, 2 racers are going to be eliminated from each group as we go along until we cut it down to the final 6. So you can be in rush 1 for every race up to the last one, but if you crash out there, that's all she wrote. So it's always good to have a little bit of tension on the line the whole way down. Like Fox was saying, it's great to see people having to
I
fight
love
all
the
the
way
way
that
through the
you
straight.
yeah, I love the way that you're looking at the danger of it while I'm looking at the opportunity. It is really like it's got that narrative, hasn't it? It's so good.
It sure does. I'm very excited for the semifinals here to see who's going to be moving up and down. It's going to be a lot of change of pace. I'll tell you that, but it's going to be definitely a lot of fun to watch. So hey, make sure you guys stay tuned. Make sure you guys are keeping up with Gravity Rush on ATMO Esports, Discord, socials. And one thing I haven't mentioned is shout out to all of our sponsors. You know, MT Sim, Toby, Icon City. Shout out to all these folks who are here helping support you know, competitive events here in StarCitizen. So without further ado, I think myself and CyberFox will be taking it away to jump onto the first race of the day. Tint, we'll be right back soon, my friend. All right, here we go. CyberFox, first race of the day, Yadar Valley with group number 1. We have, I believe is going to be Neojet and Jetty and Ricky Ticky. So how you feeling about this one? I know we already talked about it, but I'm always excited to see this race, especially now that they're going to be using their own ships and not Auroras.
Yeah, I think again, this is one of the most practiced tracks by all the veteran racers. It's one that they most enjoy, so it's going to really settle them in and get them ready for the 0G. I think a lot of racers sort of avoid practicing the 0G tracks too much because they are a bit longer, they are a bit more punishing. You do crash quite a lot more, and yeah, there's a lot more checkpoints and corners to account for. Whereas you know, Yada Valley, Snake Pit, it's a lot easier to sort of have a little bounce around and just carry on. So I think they're going to enjoy this race. And then I think there's going to be a change in tone with what happens next.
Yeah, well, I think one of my favorite things about this track too is, you know, when they're going into, you know, going up into heaven and then coming down to the ground floor, and their maneuverability. Some people obviously tend to, you know, kind of upside down, or some people are, you know, tend to just have that side strafe and then, you know, get back into angle. But I think that's one of my favorite things about this track is just seeing that how people adjust going from, you know, top to the top of the track to the bottom to hit those checkpoints. So I'm excited to see how much more different they're going to be taking it today compared to when they were in Auroras.
Yeah, it definitely means that everything's going to be tighter. They're going to be hitting the corners of the checkpoints more. They're going to be closer to the ground. They're going to be closer to everything, really, because of the speeds that they're going out. It's a bit more butt clenching, to be honest, especially at Dealer's Choice, where you got to avoid this big rock that's in between the two checkpoints. So it changes the line that you're taking, because you've got to go, like, obviously straighter to go faster. You can't go you can't correct yourself as much. Ricky Ticky looks like he's doing a bit of a stretch there as well. He's getting ready to go.
Yeah, it should be fun. Really quickly, we have the following racers: Neojet in the P72 Archimedes, and then you have Ninjetti and Ricky Ticky in the Mirai Razor. So excited to see how this plays out for them. And did not know Neojet was in the P72 now that I see it. So we'll see how this turns out for him. But very excited to see this race. So as soon as you get that countdown, take it away.
Yeah, we'll do. I think they're just itching to go with 30 seconds ready for race start. We got a nice action camera in the top left as well. So if anybody loses track in the audience of what's happening, we should get a nice bird's eye view of the action. Looks like we're ready to start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Almost had it there, but here we go. And Ninjetti kicks off into that first place spot already. Ricky Ticky right behind, and Neojet taking it a little bit slower, sticking in that third place spot. But man, it's looking good so far. Ninjetti definitely locked in this race, CyberFox.
Yeah, Ninjetti's doing that drifty style. Wow, very, very close to the checkpoint corners there, going straight through some of the flags, whereas NeoJet's on his side, using that pitch and roll to cut the corners as tight as possible. Ricky Tiki and Ninjetti seem to be having a very similar sort of... Oh, is NeoJet? NeoJet's just DNF'd and Ninjetti's DNF'd. Two unfortunate accidents. Ricky Tiki has just got to survive this lap to get points on the board.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. Ninjetti tried to take, have that spin pitch going up from heaven down in order to get his position down to get to the ground after having, unfortunately, clipped that corner. And all Ricky Tiki has to do is slow it down here, and Ricky Tiki will get maximum points here because of NeoJet and Ninjetti actually being DNF'd in the first lap. All he has to do is take it slow here.
Yeah, I think we're coming down. We're just past rock bottom, coming up to split decision now. And yeah, I think Ricky Tiki, I presume he knows what's happened, so he should change his flying style. He should just drift about a bit and just take it a little bit easier, a little bit wider. It looks like he's doing that. He didn't really take that corner too quickly. Coming up to the second lap now, completing in 1 minute 35 for his first lap, using a little bit of boost to get round Drifter's hideout. And yeah, it looks like he's just sort of edging through, which is a bit of a weird decision from my perspective. I'd want to fly as smooth as possible. I don't know if he's having any trouble. Do you have any opinion on this very strange flying style that seems to be happening right now?
I am not sure to be I am not 100% sure, to be honest, but I mean right there he should hopefully know that he can fly risky from there, doesn't have to really go around too much, but it seems like they already know their placement, so they're going to back out here. I just think that he knew Cyber Fox, and that he can just,
that makes sense.
Yeah, just kind of take it slow from there and kind of just, not have to be stressed out too much. But it looks like we're going to go into the next race here, because that puts Ricky Tiki maximum points on the board, and that's going to put him over NeoJet in the placements for now.
Yeah, well, we did say it was all to play for, and we did say that this round would be them warming up. So it looks like NeoJet and Ninjetti have got a lot more warming up to do, and Ricky Tiki's had a full lap, full lap's practice going into 0G.
Yeah, here we go. I'm definitely looking forward to it, to be honest. Seeing this next, Pyro jump point is actually my first time seeing it. I've seen Miner's Lament, but I'm excited to see Pyro jump point, because I know the more we see it, the more it kind of grows on you, and then definitely gets the crowd excited. But so far, Ricky Tiki is going to be taking first place in this in Yadar Valley here for group number 1. Which is going to leave Ninjetti and NeoJet with a DNF as they crash out in that first lap.
So Stanton Pyro jump point, 28 checkpoints. We've got a world record set by Boltok 3 months ago of 1 minute 13 seconds. And again, shout out to Herbie, who put down a time 7 days ago of 2 minutes 37 seconds. So you can see there's quite a large difference between the 1 minute 13 of the world record and Herbie's 2 minute 37 seconds. Obviously, Herbie's not in this group, but it's worth mentioning for the audience out there. Herbie's one of those racers who is learning all of the tracks, I believe, and putting down a time of 2 minute 37 is nothing to be ashamed of. I think if I put that down, I'd be proud. I don't think I've completed a lap in Pyro jump point yet that's even competitive at all. It's also the latest track to be added to Arena Commander because of the master mode changes and what we discussed earlier with the design of it being the switch between SCM and nav mode. And I wonder how the track will evolve when we get the quantum boosting. Do you have any thoughts on the flying style and the master modes and the future flying style of racing ships and ships in the verse that are coming up, Crucian?
I have no comment. I haven't really looked into too much of the information. One thing I will say though is I do miss the full 6-off flying like that we have prior. That's what I grew up. I guess grew up with the game with. So not saying that I don't want to try something new. All I'm saying is that I love that, people have that full 6 degree of freedom. So I hope whatever new flight model that comes out, hopefully we get a little bit more of that 6 degree of freedom rather than having to be, limited to not having that, and just because they want the game to feel a little bit more of that arcade. But I hope that we can kind of bring that that realistic aspect back to the flight model, which is what I'm hoping for. So
Yeah, absolutely. And the changes in flight model mean that it's much harder to navigate the more tricky sections of this track because you've got to manage your velocity. And
yep.
because the thrusters on your ship are much weaker now because of master modes, and you've got to rely on your mains, you can't really like throw your ship around as much as you could before. So we've got an action camera and a Fury over there, which is actually one of the better ships for zero-G racing. Fury was one of the best ships for racing zero G when it was released for Miner's Lament and for Pyro. So it is about racing style, and it is about like the physics of the game and the physics of the ships. And I think this is one of those racetracks that will evolve in style over time as new patches are released. We can see Neojet here in the top right, still trying to put his buttons together because obviously he's just set up in this internet cafe. And yeah, just making sure that everything is comfortable, bless him. Just making sure that everything's, I don't know if you're the same, Crucian, but I like my my joysticks inverted, but I like my mouse not inverted. So
That is
how do you find
weird.
that when
I can't do inverted like that. I have to fly regular. Inverted really confuses me. Even in FPS games, I can't do inverted ever. That's definitely a tough one for me. But I mean, I in real life you technically fly inverted if I'm not mistaken. So, but yeah, I just can't get used to inverted controls, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've heard for FPSs, the difference is you're controlling your gun if you're pulling up and your gun's going up, whereas if you're pulling up and your gun's going down, you're controlling your head. So
Yes. Yep.
yeah, very confusing. But yeah, real flight sticks are pull back to go up, right? Which is how
Yep.
I have mine. So hopefully Neojet's got his controls ready. Neojet's again in the snub ship, so I'd be really interested to see how he performs here. We got our 30-second countdown, and Ninjetti and Ricky Tikki in those razors. So I'm anticipating that their boost is going to last a lot longer, and they're going to be a lot easier to control. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they're off.
All right. Here we go on our way. We see Neojet taking a little bit of a slow approach to this, especially him in the P-72, making sure that they don't miss any checkpoints here. But you see Ninjetti taking a nice lead here, while Ricky Tikki stays behind in that, going back and forth with Ninjetti on that first and second place position here. Man, this already looking a little bit dangerous, especially seeing a lot of drifting here from Ricky Tikki, but right through the checkpoint he goes, CyberFox.
Yeah, so Ricky Tikki has really practiced this track. The technique that you might be able to see on Ricky Tikki is he's moving his target velocity indicator over the checkpoint. That's that tiny little line with a circle through it that's very light blue. I think we've had got an upset with Ninjetti. He's just collided. And so Ricky Tikki's TVI is always over the checkpoint, which is why he's able to fly sideways with confidence using his head tracking, using his, I don't know if it's a Toby or if it's a FOIP, but he's using his head tracking for this race. And because we've had two upsets, they're going to end this one quickly as well by the looks of it, with Ricky Tikki, I believe, taking all the points.
It is a red flag, so there will be a restart on here. I believe one of the racers had a bug on the track, so that they weren't able to move. I think that was on Ninjetti, so they're going to be resetting here very quickly and restarting the race here for Gateway Pyro Jump Point. Yep, Ninjetti lost steering as he couldn't move. I was watching him go straight the entire time. CyberFox. I was like, why can he move? So they are going to restart.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are going to restart this one. But good call on the red flag, and we're going to give this another go here shortly.
I love Neojet still tweaking right to the last minute. Bless him.
That's one thing I was gonna mention. You asked me about inverted controls, right, CyberFox? But I think for specifically for StarCitizen, I've been practicing without inverted. I feel like if I would have started off with inverted, I would have got used to it. But I think that just because I practice without it, then it just makes sense to kind of fly the way I've been flying since I've been playing this game in 2016 or 15. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, and we saw Neojet as well, just left behind a little bit in this round and in this track. So it'll be interesting to see. We got a little preview. He was I think he was just on the boost quite a lot. But it just there's not enough boost in the tank, is there? So be interesting to see if this is going to be a repeat of what we just seen.
Yeah, I felt like seeing that P72 go extremely slow here in 0G, but I think I think that it's up to the other two to make the mistakes and crash in order for NeoJet to kind of bring in the pace. So honestly, if I was all these three race pace myself throughout Pyro, gateway jump point here and try to at least complete the first lap.
Yeah, completely agreed there. I'm still learning. I'm still practicing these tracks, and I can see that some people are talking about their choice of inputs using dual keyboards, Buns 3N. Dual keyboards since July 2017. I don't know if that's just a meme, like, but that sounds funny to me. Yeah, I've got a Hosas, so yeah, that's I quite enjoy feeling like a real pilot.
Man, dual keyboard. That sounds yeah, I don't know. That this doesn't sound fun to me. I remember when I first started playing the game, I was mouse and keyboard for so long, and then I tried my
Same.
first sticks were T16000Ms, and I loved them. They were so good.
Yeah. I'm with that. As soon as I went dual joystick, I couldn't turn back. It looks like the races are ready. We got our 60-second countdown.
1 minute until race start.
And it looks like Ninjetti seems comfortable now, which is good. At least we'll see a bit more of a battle this time.
Yeah, well, one thing I'll mention here quickly too is that I was at Quantum Vegas during round 2, and I was able to actually talk to Sean Tracy about the controls of the game, and they really are still trying to enhance how the game plays, especially with a steering wheel or a controller, which I found super interesting because this game works very well in controller, believe it or not. So looking forward to see what more they do with the rest of inputs that come out.
Yeah, sometimes I like to swap for ground racing on Xbox controller. I find that quite comfortable. You don't need so many degrees of freedom. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's take a look here. Hopefully Ninjetti has full control now of the steering. Here we go, doing a little bit of a drift, going in that first 3 checkpoints here, kind of going
Ricky
that.
Ticky's just missed one. He's got to turn back around. Sorry to interrupt, Crucian, but looks like we've had a little bit of an upset already. Ninjetti looks comfortable and confident, but Ricky Ticky, like a pro, going back, picking it up, and then moving forwards. Ricky Ticky showing that TVI on the checkpoint there. Just moving sideways, using his head tracking to line that up, using his main thrusters to bring it on to target. Doing one of the toughest corners here at the moment as well, because he's had to control his speed from the long straight into this very tricky turn. And now he's into the back and forth. He's into like the slalom section. So this bit will be a little bit slower. Splen as well has a video of this track and ran it about 700 meters per second. So we can use that as a bit of a guide. You can see, just slowing down and missing this one. Having to turn back around there.
And still got about 12 more checkpoints to go. So a little bit halfway here for Ninjetti. But man, this track is looking dangerous with all these turns. Have to go above, under, slalom. Yeah, this is definitely a wild one. I'm thoroughly enjoying this one, CyberFox.
Yeah, it's really disorienting because there's very little like visual reference, isn't there? You've just got to aim to the next checkpoint and then line yourself up ready for the next, the one that comes after that. Ricky Ticky's got a bit of a chance to catch up here. He's in 3rd position because he had to backtrack, but he might be able to pick up the pace and catch up to Neojet for the second lap. It looks like he's only just a little bit behind him at the moment.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad here for Ricky Ticky. Looks like he's adjusting very well here. Neojet though getting more comfortable as from racing from the cyber cafe or wherever he's at right now. But Ninjetti holding that first place strong. I mean, if this keeps up, it looks like that's where we'll kind of end up with. But I think that if Ricky Tiki can, go through these checkpoints a little bit smoother, should be able to catch up to NeoJet no problem. But NeoJet doing a very good job with the P72, keeping his lines very straight, and going through these checkpoints very smooth.
Yeah, and you say about the lines as well. It's tricky because they're all keyholes, right? All the checkpoints are one shape, they're one size. They're not quite as
Nice.
wide
Yep.
as the gates on the other tracks. So it kind of it means that your entry and exit points is like it just makes it tougher because you can't choose the angle that you come in at. You've got to go through the gate. You've got to go through the center of it. So yeah, a little bit like Skyscraper, where you maybe have to take turns a little wider in order to get the angle of attack correct.
And it's very scary for this, the angles that they have to take to go above, under, below. Oh no, Ricky Tiki just missing another checkpoint there. Have to go back to that one here. Checkpoint 20, I believe that's 23. Went right over it, going a little bit too quickly, and should be able to hopefully gain the pace here. And I believe we should be getting through our first lap here shortly. Ninjetti and NeoJet in lap number 2. NeoJet with a 2:03. So I think we're looking anywhere about the faster racers about a 1:30, while the slower ones are in between maybe that 2:20 to 3 minute mark here on this track, Cyberfox.
Yeah, and it's not just the slower races; it's the slower ships, right? Because the snubs just can't keep up. Although
Yep.
NeoJet is doing really well, as you say, to just keep the pace, keep going from checkpoint to checkpoint. What else can you do? Just fly straight to it. Just stay in there, get the points as you can. You could also see the action camera in the top left, like just seeing them hoon through for the first lap for Ninjetti, 1 minute 57 seconds. So not quite the 130 that is world record time. Well, 113 is world record time. So I think they're taking it a little bit more sensibly than just going
Yep.
full speed and just hooning it all the way through, which is good to see. And it's difficult. It's difficult to see all these distances. You can see with the action camera as well. Like the ships are tiny. The verse is so big and the distances are so large that everything is just like a different scale when you get into space versus in Atmo.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to jump in and try this track. This is one of the tracks that I haven't really tried yet, but actually seeing Ninjetti kind of go through that very, very quickly. It was actually very, very fun to watch. You got NeoJet, who's still in that second position spot. And, Ricky Tiki's still racing. So if something happens to NeoJet here, he could lose that second place spot. But I think after, going DNF in that first race in Yadar Valley, I think this is very much something that NeoJet's definitely going to need because Ricky Tiki was able to land the full 5 points for his side. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think Ricky Tiki as well did have the opportunity here to catch up and overtake NeoJet. I don't know if NeoJet is just a little bit too far ahead now for that to happen before the end of the second lap. So we'll have to see how this plays out in Miner's Lament. It looks like NeoJet's having a much easier time just gliding through the checkpoints, whereas Ricky Tiki is just, I think, fighting a little bit to get that TVI. I think because of the speed, again, it's all about the velocity control. So yeah, he's overshot this one a little bit, pulling that TVI up, trying to get it centered, and then swinging through to swinging his mains round the other way round so that he can get to the other side of the slalom and go in the other direction. So yeah, it takes a lot
Yeah.
of control. It takes a lot of discipline.
Yeah, NeoJet doing a great job though, using that pitch and roll and staying steady in that second place spot, finishing there, and there he goes. I believe Pyro Gateway jump point is only 2 laps, so that was 2 minutes and 56 seconds there for his fastest lap here on Pyro Jump Gateway. So Ricky Tiki should be finalizing his last lap here soon. But man,
Yeah, it's
this
interesting.
definitely is velocity control and controlling your boost when you need it and drift, and there's so much to think about in this map.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting because they've just got so much to think about. In Atmo, you've got like obviously drag to fight with. And here you just don't have that at all. So you've got no aerodynamics, you've got nothing exuding force on the outside of your ship. So it really is all about you in perfect control of your ship in order to get through those tight keyhole checkpoints.
All right. Well, I mean, we made up some positions here. Then Jetty coming in that first place in race number 2 in Pyro Jump Point here. And then Neojet in second place, Ricky Dicky in third. So definitely looking forward here to seeing the last race here, Miner's Lament, and seeing how this group takes on these races coming up. But, as you mentioned, nice and steady, kind of did the race for them during this race here, CyberFox. That was actually pretty fun to watch. I would be so confused
Yeah.
starting off to race this. Definitely something where you need to look at some guys to, from the get go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in all of the racetracks, I've needed to look at guides. I'm proficient on a few tracks, but not all of them at the moment. But yeah, the zero G ones, Miner's Lament, just a nightmare for me. I find it really confusing, and I think with Ricky Ticky, he's using mouse and keyboard. So what we're seeing with the less smooth approach is just the thrust being tapped, which Herbie has pointed out in chat, and it's a good observation because those controls are not analog, right? It's either on or off. So I think those who've got mouse and keyboard for the main control will struggle a lot more in zero G versus in ATMO because it's a lot more how do you say, like a lot more impactful. When you come off of the thrust, you feel that a lot quicker, and when you have to adjust thrust, it's not quite as precise as using joysticks.
No, that makes total sense there. I've seen actually people race using full throttle control while actually
Yeah.
racing with a center joystick, believe it or not, which I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, HOTAS. Yeah, I like that setup. It's quite fun because it's very realistic, makes you feel like you're in the cockpit, and it keeps the joystick centered to where you're at. So, left hand goes on like verts and lats, whereas the right hand is like the pitch, the roll, the yaw. It's all the swinging your ship around. So it makes sense for the brain to split it up like that as well. I've seen players use pedals as well. I don't have any pedals myself. Adds another layer of complexity, but as long as you got the head tracking, I think you're fine on the zero G, to be honest. So it looks like they're getting ready for Miner's Lament. I feel this one is the toughest track to practice. It's different to how it used to be because of the lack of tricording, as we discussed at the start.
Yep.
And again, it's going to be hard for the camera crew too. They do a great job of keeping focused on the race, but it's made easier if the ships are larger and easier to spot. Whereas we've got some really small, tiny little racing ships for this round, so it's going to be hard to keep up with them, I feel.
Yeah, for those that are watching too that are brand new, when every time CyberFox mentions tricording, that means that at a 45-degree angle, racers are able to kind of use that and control their speeds very, very well in that 45-degree. That allows them to hopefully get a little bit of better balance going to the next turn. But since they don't have that, because of master modes kind of took that 6 degree of freedom away, no tricording, it's going to be a little bit tough, and that's why you're seeing a lot of racers do that pitch and yaw, or mostly have that drift method. Or if you're splen, you just don't care. You just use whatever method you make in your mind, which is awesome.
So it looks like we got the 1 minute countdown. And yeah, this track and with the tricording, it's going to be similar to the last race. The racers got to manage their speed. They've got to not overcommit. They've got to make sure that they maintain control of the velocities. I think again, around 700 meters a second is going to be a fast speed to try and maintain on this track. If you're going to hit world record pace, obviously they're not going to be doing that. But yeah, I think the times that we're looking at, probably between 1 and 2 minutes, from 1.5 minutes for the Razor, I would say 1 minute 40, 1 minute 50 is what they're looking at. Looks like we're ready to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, well timed on that one. And here we go. Neojet taking off first. Doing very, very well. So I'm seeing him take that first checkpoint. And right now there's a lot of back and forth going for first, second, and third. Everybody's very, very close to each other here, going to the next checkpoint here. And I believe checkpoint number 4.
Yeah, Ninjetti's going at a breakneck pace, going in that checkpoint backwards. Very exciting flying style. Again, just a repeat of what we saw last time. Got complete control of the zero G racing technique there. Neojet obviously struggling to keep up, but you can see the difference that it makes when you're going at speed because you're sort of almost on the edge of blacking out and whiting out, and yeah, just nearly hitting those rocks. Got to avoid the debris. Got to line yourself up with the next checkpoint. Got to roll your ship around to line up for the next one. There's a lot a lot of experience that's needed, and we're going to go through the keyhole for this checkpoint, number 13. Very exciting. I've not made it through this one in a full lap before. Let's see if he survives. He's made it through. This is fantastic. What an expert level of control, going through sideways for the second keyhole. I think he's going to be safe for this lap. I think he's yeah, setting a really good standard here, going 500, 400 meters per second as he's coming around one of the slower corners, really putting all of the effort that his character can put up with, sort of like bleeding off
Wow.
those G's and making sure he doesn't black out. Really fantastic to watch.
Wow. Absolute masterclass here from Ninjetti, just drifting their way, keeping their full control. That's absolutely incredible.
Oh,
Staying so
Ninjetti
close.
going. Sorry. I just saw Ricky Tiki go through backwards. He just lined up his TVI and then just rolled like 180 degrees. He's got a very unique approach. I think he's using the flip and berm technique that we're used to seeing on the Expanse. For those who are Expanse fans, it'd be interesting to see if he does that the second time. That was thrilling and yeah, heart racing to see.
Yeah, I was looking at Ninjetti, so I may have missed that a little bit, but Ninjetti just doing a great job staying in that first place position, just completely in control of the ship right now. I love seeing it. Seeing Neojets, in that third position spot, trying to, keep up in this P-72 Archimedes, but so far they just need to keep their pace going, and we'll see, Ninjetti stay with that first place spot and Ricky Tiki taking second place here.
Yeah, I think this is a really consistent track. It shows that they've practiced. It shows that they know how to control their ships, and they've got the ship choice has gone into this, lining this one up very nice and easy, straight through the center. Are we having an overtake?
Yeah, that was actually a lap. Ninjetti actually lapping Neojet.
Yeah, so it looks like he's taken over the back marker, is what you're saying there. So really fast speeds from Ninjetti to complete a lap quickly enough to catch up with a back marker there. Really impressive showcase of skill from all racers, but yeah, just in awe with Ninjetti's performance at the moment.
Yeah, like you mentioned, man, that the P-72 just unfortunately not keeping up too well here, but seeing Ninjetti, lap way ahead, being in front of Neojet just trying to take it easy here, and all Ricky Tiki has to do is keep up the pace, and they should be able to hopefully stick in that second place position here. But man, Ninjetti did really practice this track very well, did a great job. That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Neojet's only just coming into his final lap right now, with Ricky Tiki already on the final lap, I believe. So these snub ships, they just don't perform in in zero G as well as they do in atmosphere. And I mean, they've got less boost to draw upon. Their boost meter, their boost tank is less. They've got no like nav mode. Or are they always in nav mode? I don't know how it works with snub ships. They've got no quantum drive, so it'd be interesting as well when quantum boost comes in, because they won't have that to draw upon because they don't have a quantum drive as well.
Right.
So I think
Yeah.
snub ships are going to be left behind a little bit when we get quantum boosting. They're already like left behind now, but they're going to fall further and further behind. I think they're probably going to be dominators of atmosphere in the future, and yeah, tough ship to select for a zero G race.
Yeah, Ricky Dickey should be kind of almost landing here on their last lap. And then Neojet, though, doing a great job. Can't complain. Here goes Ricky Ticky through that keyhole. Just keeping the
Yeah,
pace here
Ricky
in this
Tiki as well.
Razor.
You can see on the left of Ricky Tiki, he's just tapping the keyboard to just nudge the throttle up and down just a little bit
Little
to
bit, yeah.
stay to maintain control. And so you can see his throttle goes up and then drops, and it goes up and then drops. And because obviously it's 0G and he's decoupled, he maintains the velocity. So he's just making those like micro adjustments by tapping the keyboard in the direction he wants to go. This one's a little bit wide, but he made it in. And it looks like the time's up for this race. They didn't manage to finish the race. That's how far Ninjetti was ahead.
Yeah, that was definitely way ahead there. But Ricky Dickey still staying strong, taking that second place spot. And Neojet, unfortunately, not getting too comfortable in that cyber cafe. But this is gonna conclude, I believe, our first group of the day. We're gonna take it back to the desk. Let's talk to Tint about these first three races and allow him to break everything down for us. And then we'll take a look at our Group 1 results. All right, we're back up there. That was some very interesting racing there, especially for 0G tracks. Tint, I'm not going to waste any time, man. Take it away with, our first track of the day, Yadar Valley, where we saw two DNFs right off the rip, allowing Ricky Tiki to take max points in that first track.
Yeah, I think, it's interesting to see in the very first section there, I was seeing a lot of flying from Ninjetti that felt to me very much like the same approach he was taking in the Aurora last round. And it was going great. As we've mentioned before, the Aurora and the Razor have a lot of handling similarities, but it looked like something just caught a little bit of atmosphere on the wings as he was coming into heaven and dragged him off the side
Yep.
into the bar. It was a shame to see. I was really looking forward to that lap. And of course, then we saw Neojet ultimately just getting, I think, a little bit, stabbed in the back by the controls import, not quite going how you expect. Of course, StarCitizen does let you export your joystick controls, keep those keybinds, and then bring them with you to a new PC and upload them again. But the imports get a little funky, and I've never had one go as clean as I would like, where I get all of my controls exactly where I want them. And so we saw that, Neo was changing settings all the way through to the last minute and fixing keybinds and the whole nine. So I'm guessing he just did not have the thrust he was expecting to when he was expecting to have it. So, I mean, obviously Ricky Tiki kind of sneaking in an easy one there, but he's in need of the points. I'm sure he's happy to have it.
Yeah, 100% there too. And you just saw in that replay where Ninjetti tried to kind of roll into position, but unfortunately clipped that, that right side of the checkpoint in order to them get themselves in position to hit that ground deck in that next checkpoint. But man, I love seeing Yadar Valley. I love seeing that race, honestly. But yeah, tough for both of them to to DNF in that first round. So well, if any thoughts there, Cyberfox, from your end on Yadar Valley?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a warm up for the first race, especially when people are getting accustomed to their ships, to their controls, and just getting ready for 0G as well, just getting into that mindset. So it doesn't surprise me that we had a few upsets. Obviously, we've only got 3 races in this round, whereas before we've had, up to 6 races in some others. So it gives us less to focus on and like more to analyze in detail, right? And seeing those slight misadjustments to those DNFs was upsetting, but hopefully we'll see fewer of that as the event goes on.
Yep, definitely looking forward to it. Well, our track number 2 here, race number 2 for group number 1 was Pyro Gateway, and that one was freaking awesome. Love seeing it. Had a little bit of an issue in the beginning, but Tint, give us a breakdown about what you saw here in Pyro Gateway.
So, I mean, I think everybody saw it was that Ninjetti has been on the grind, and we saw an absolutely brilliant display of chaining these corners together, keeping the line smooth, beautiful speed control, and even my absolute favorite, seeing him pull a 360 flick to slow himself down in that little sidestep checkpoint on the main straight. Absolutely beautiful to see. Um, so, it was interesting to kind of see the difference in strategies for how Ricky and Neo were trying to keep up. Neo, I think, struggling a little bit for lack of his head tracking. I don't know if he's got it in his normal setup, but of course, clearly he doesn't have it today. We did see him pulsing the boost in the Archimedes, which is going to be an interesting strategy that we may see a lot more of today from the snub pilots. He was constantly pushing it up to that 650 boosted speed that the Archimedes can do, and then letting it come back down so that he had boost available, but he was at least getting some of the sort of higher top end speed in the straightaways where he could manage to use it. I also think, honestly, that the Archimedes may have saved NeoJet from himself on both
Oh
of these
yeah.
zero G tracks, where normally NeoJet's a full send kind of guy. That's what I expect
Yep.
about it. That's what we love about him. But these are both tracks that will punish that within an instant. And so being held back by the snub ship speeds may actually have done him a favor.
I think I could agree there. He did pace himself and did end up getting that second place spot there because Ricky Ticky was kind of giving too much boost and kind of missing some of the checkpoints where made Ricky Ticky go back, but still landed some good points for NeoJet that hopefully kept them within the within the run. I mean, group number one only has three racers because we had Dude 3D unfortunately didn't show up, but that's okay, right? Like they still this is a very good practice going into the semifinals for these three racers who is going to have even more competition if they're not in that top six spot to get into the finals. So very, very good points. Any final thoughts here for Pyro Gateway for you, Cyberfox?
Yeah, I'm going to say I enjoyed that more than I expected, right? Because it's got one of those like negative views from racers and from amateurs like myself. Just all of us alike just think it's just really difficult. We've got a
Yeah.
really long straight and kind of almost getting bored, right? Going, okay, now I've got to drive for a really long time. I've got to fly for a really long time before I get really into it. And then it's punishing. So if you don't
Yep.
get it right, you've got to use expert level control and discipline to run this track. And then you compare yourself to like the records and the like the time trials that you see on SCR. Like Boltox 1 minute 13 is just insane. So I agree with Tint that NeoJet probably, if he's a full send racer, that this probably helped him because obviously the velocity control helps. However, Neo is also a veteran racer as well, and so I think the difference between the skill levels and the ship choice here is balancing itself out a bit. And I think we're going to see this all the way through. So we're going to see this from Splen versus Jellyhead Maid in the later rounds as well, where both of the pilots are skilled, but it's a battle of the ships really, and
Ships.
seeing
Yeah.
what they can do at their level. So yeah, I really enjoyed that, and I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Yeah, that was great. Well, our last track was Miner's Lament. Honestly, I enjoyed Miner's Lament a little bit more than Pyro Gateway. Pyro Gateway, like you mentioned, there's that long straight, but I did see Ricky Tiki kind of over push it a little bit. But Miner's Lament was a lot of fun. I think the style that Ninjetti really brought to the table, drifting across that entire thing, seeing Ricky Tiki do that, do that back turn was definitely really awesome to see. But Tim, what were your thoughts here on Miner's Lament? Definitely, I felt like it was very exciting.
Oh, it was. And I think, again, this is one where the practice showed through. And I think, we always talk about how difficult these zero G tracks are to learn and to conceptualize. And I would kind of liken it to, you know, imagine trying to picture the exact shape of a single piece of spaghetti from your plate in your head perfectly without any kind of background reference marks, because that's the thing that we lose moving into zero G that we always have on planets. We have the ground, we have landmarks, we have things we can look at to position ourselves. But Miner's Lament, more than any other track, is completely lacking in these. The best kind of thing we have to go off of is the position of Yella itself, but that's not really visible for a huge portion of the track, and it doesn't give you a great sense of understanding of where you are. So the practice really shines through in the grind, and every racer has got their own mental map of this course that looks a little bit different. And my favorite takeaway from this one was that Ninjetti's map of that course is apparently different from mine, in that he thinks of checkpoints 4 through about 7 upside down from how I think about them. The way he was flying through them was, to my vision, upside down,
Down, yeah.
which is like, there's no right side up. This is zero G. It doesn't matter. But the way that the track works in his mind is completely different in that respect. And again, here we saw Neojet really pushing the boost, pulsing it. I think it actually got him into trouble. I saw him shoot a little bit long on some checkpoints, and I think here again, probably the lack of the head tracking was really biting him, and he was feeling it hard because he's used to being able to look around corners and be, pushing into the next turn before he's even gotten there. So all in all, I think definitely Ninjetti's performance beautiful to watch, and a well deserved win.
Well, that's yeah, definitely love watching him there, and the amount of time that that Ninjetti finished compared to the others was like really quick. So that was definitely a masterclass from Ninjetti, especially on Miner's Lament. Final thoughts here for you, Cyberfox, on that last track.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much more to add. I think I've learned just hearing from what Tint said about just the different perspectives. It's just so true. Any visual reference that you have in Miner's Lament is debris. It's actually more confusing to have all of these bits and pieces there than it is to not have them there. And the funny thing is that ties in with the lore of the track. It was supposed to be like the home of like a consortium of miners who wanted to set up operations outside Yella. They ran out of money. They ran out of, there were delays and they ran out of money and they abandoned the place. So the station is partially complete. And then there was a tragic accident in lore where something exploded. And this is why you get all of the debris there. And so because this site was abandoned, you get these like street racers coming around and turning this into a racetrack. And I think the fact that the debris is there is part of the lore, but it's also like part of the excitement as well as part of the stuff that makes it hard to race. And I'm a sci-fi fan. I love Star Trek. I love Star Wars. I love The Expanse. I love, Firefly, all of these sorts of things. And it has a very like Expanse feel to it where you're completely lost in is it the Coriolis effect of just everything spinning around you and just everything going and completely disorienting you. So I learned a lot. I learned a lot hearing from Tint just now, and yeah, I'm starting to like love this track more and more the more I see it.
And that's the whole point, right? Of having an analyst come here and explain and give their thoughts about is I'm learning the same way as well. So thanks, Tint, for breaking that down for us. But we got Group 1 results, and man, it's very interesting. Let's take a look. Group 1 results here, where we have, I believe, Ninjetti is going to, of course, take that place spot. So Group 1 results should be ready here shortly. All right, here we go. We got, I believe, Ninjetti taking, 29 points at first place spot. Neojet 24 and Ricky Tiki 23. So Neojet, by still gaining second place in the first two other races, still were able to put some points on the board and kind of, still push Ricky Tiki into rush number 3, unfortunately. So moving on into the semifinals here, we're going to see Ninjetti in rush 1. We're going to see Neojet in rush number 2 and Ricky Tiki in rush number 3. That doesn't mean that they're going to be disqualified. That just means that they need to work their way up. They need to work their way up into rush 1 in order to be able to lock in a spot in the finals. So definitely interesting to see. Ricky Tiki was right there. All he needed to do was come in second place at any of the first or second or third track, and he would have landed that extra point that he needed to be in that rush too. So very interesting here. Very interesting results here. So, but hey, both Ninjetti, Neojet, and Ricky Tiki will move on to the semifinals in the next couple of weeks. Any thoughts here on these results from starting it off with you, Tint?
I mean, I think this is what I was expecting to see, and I'm very excited to see in the semis Neojet trying to fight for a spot in Rush 1. I think Ricky may be having an uphill battle in front of him. His flight style is not super highly suited to Kaplan Stadium, so we're going to have to see if he can make some adjustments over the next couple of weeks as he's training to make sure that he can secure his way into a first place win in Rush 3 and hopefully push his way up into Rush 2 and get into the finals. So, it's definitely it's an exciting time ahead, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing if Ninjetti can capitalize on the slot he's earned for himself here.
Yep, I totally agree. Any thoughts on this final placements for group number 1 here, Cyberfox?
Yeah, well, as we were saying earlier on, I feel like the rush format and the shuffling of the groups in the next stage is going to be interesting, especially for Ricky Tiki and Neojet. because their points are so close at the moment. So they may start in one group, but they may end up in another. And it depends on flying style, it depends on input choice, it depends on ship choice, it depends on track choice. So I think it's all to play for. I think, yeah, there's a lot that's going to that we're going to see evolve over this tournament.
Well, definitely looking forward to it. So, with this Group 1, results are all ready to go, but we do have some news here. Let's take a look at Group number 2. Unfortunately, we had both Shaqnu and some of the other racers in Group number 2, unfortunately, couldn't make it today. Of course, this is all, people are working around their times and everything like that, so it should be a lot of fun. But with Group number 2 results here, we're going to see Liquid Prime move on up to with max points for all 3 races, since he was the only one for group number 2 that showed up. So that means Liquid Prime will go into rush number 1 with 43 points. Shaqnu will go into rush number 2 with 23 points. And Samtastic will qualify to go into rush number 3 with 11 points, eliminating Nickel JG out of the group stage and not moving forward into Gravity Rush here. So, but I know that Shaqnu was leading the pack here in group number 2. We're gonna kick it right back to you, Cyberfox. What are your thoughts here? Is Shaqnu starting in rush number 2 during the semifinals? Is that gonna hurt him, or you think he's gonna be able to move on up?
I think this is going to play to Shaqnu's benefit, to be honest. If he's in a lower group, then it's going to be easier for him to catch more points, I think, in that first race. And you know what it's like. We all have busy lives, and real life does need to come first. So shout out to all of those racers. Even if they couldn't make it today, it's been fantastic to see them as part of the tournament, and I'm looking forward to seeing them when they are available in 2 weeks. But yeah, I think for what you're asking and for the answer to your question, I think it's given Liquid Prime such a leap, a head start
Yep.
in the point system. He's going to be hard to catch up.
Did Cyberfox cut out, or? Oh, my bad. Here we go. Okay, sorry about that. I thought you had more, Cyberfox. Apologies for that. Tim, what are your thoughts on this group? And same question to you. Do you feel like is that going to hurt Shaqnu going into rush number 2, where he's going to be starting, or do you think Shaqnu is going to be able to still bring it back and hopefully gain the positions or gain the position enough to hopefully be in that top 6 for the finals?
I Shaqnu came into the racing scene in StarCitizen about the same time I did, and there have been points across that time that Shaqnu was not the fastest racer on the track. But there's one thing Shaqnu has never done in his life, and that's finish bottom 2 without crashing. So I don't think we're seeing Shaqnu get eliminated in the semis unless it's in a ball of fire. That's the only way that's happening. But
All right. Well,
Liquid obviously going to be interesting to see him go up against our other Rush 1 competitors and try and hold on to that top spot to minimize his risk headed into the finals.
yep. I mean, going into the semifinals, remember that your last placements will drop down in rushes, while your first place placements will start going up in rushes as we move on to the semifinals, and that's going to be all in Kaplan Stadium, which is very exciting. So, but before we move on, before we move on to our next group, because group number 2 is not going to be racing, we're going to do an exhibition for you guys to kind of fill in some of that time. So we're going to have Canadian Maverick, Jellyhead Made, and Ninjetti and Ricky Tiki just racing for the love of racing. So I actually love that. So for race number 1, we're going to be doing Snake Pit backwards. They're going to be able to use any ship because this is an exhibition. And then race number 2, it's going to be winner's choice. Whoever wins race number 1, and they're going to try to race in the MPUV, which is going to be which is going to be interesting. So let's see how that works out. But before we jump into the exhibition, let's take a look at what the Gravity Rush competitors are competing for in this inaugural season of Gravity Rush 2955. So very excited for this. Of course, we got some first place prizes. We got some ships, of course. Shout outs to Robert Space Industries for providing those digital prizes for us. They're going to get an incredible Gravity Rush Trophy. They're going to get a medal. We started doing medals this year for all of ATMO Esports events. It's a little bit easier than doing, second and third place trophies. So we can get those deliveries to the competitors a lot faster. And then they're going to get a championship jacket, and then they're going to get a race suit pack. They're going to get a full dual stick with muscle tech mount setup. And then, of course, the big ticket item here is going to be a LAN event invite to ATMO Esports next LAN event to compete maybe against another top 3 or on some other top racers from around the world, whether it's from Asia, Europe, US, Australia. So definitely looking forward to that. Second place, same aspect here. They get that invite, they get some flight sticks, and they get a top 3 medal as well. Third place, same thing. Instead of the championship jacket, they'll get an awesome Gravity Rush jersey, which we're still working on these jerseys. They should be up on the store here in the hopefully by next month. So, or early in August, they should be up and running finally. Now that we secured our vendor, but some great prizes for the top 3 to hopefully secure here in the finals. Honestly, guys, I'm very excited for the finals because I kind of already have an idea of I kind of not an idea, but I have a gist of what the top 6 racers are going to be. But I feel like there's going to be an upset sooner or later in the semifinals that we're going to see, and it's going to be a big bummer because we're going to see some very heavy action that is going to start kind of kicking it up a notch after the group stage. So I'm very excited for that. But Tint, I'm gonna kick it off to you first. Exhibition. We got Canadian Maverick, Jellyhead Maiden, and Jetty Ricky Ticky using their own ships. They're gonna be doing a reverse snake pit. What are your thoughts here? How do you feel? Do you have an idea what ships these people are gonna use? Give us your thoughts.
That's an interesting question. I think I'm gonna put my money on Jelly in a Kruger, and then Jetty still staying in that Razor. If I don't see Maverick in a 350, I'm gonna be really bummed out. That's that man's home. He lives there. That's where he belongs. I want to see the man do it. But backward snake pit is always a really wild time. It affects the shape of those turns way more than it even feels like it should. You're starting the race with a hairpin, and you're ending on what is normally the most hazardous turn, drifters. But because it's backwards,
yeah.
you have no visibility going into it. So this could go any way you like, really.
Well, that's why it's an exhibition. So we're gonna give those of you that are viewing a treat at home. I hope you guys are doing well. Make sure you guys are rooting. This exhibition is gonna be a little bit of a crowd pleaser for you guys. So make sure you guys are bringing that energy into the chat. But same question, you Cyber Fox. We got 4 incredible racers. They're gonna be giving us a little bit of extra action here. Do you think these racers are gonna go with their traditional racing ship, or they're gonna change it up a little bit?
I honestly am looking forward to them changing up a bit, but we'll have to see. I mean, it is an exhibition, so hopefully they'll have a bit of fun. The trouble with Snake Pit, though, is everybody's going to be in close contact, and essentially fighting for a small space of open air for those lines, especially because we're in reverse. Trying to avoid each other, trying not to go near the walls if they can avoid it, trying to find the right angle to make any overtakes. So it's going to be probably one of the least clean races that we're going to see, especially if it's going to be a full pack, full spread of races on the line.
All right. Well, I mean, I think our exhibition races are ready. Once again, we're going to be seeing Jelly Hayden, Canadian Maverick, Ricky Ticky, and Jetty racing for us today. So big shout out to them for sticking around, giving us some a little bit more action until we can get to our group number 3. Tint. A race is about to start, so we'll be right back for you to be able to break all that action down for us here shortly. So we'll be right back.
Looking forward to it.
All right, here we go. Honestly, this is one of my favorite tracks, Cyber Fox. So very excited to see this kind of come into play, especially reverse snake pit, though. It's going to be backwards.
I love the reverse of the track video as well with Snake Pit, the title reverse. That's classy. Well done, guys. That's so good. Yeah. This is going to be, just loads of fun. Snake Pit's already a community favorite. Even people who aren't used to racing, aren't familiar with racing, they're drawn to the Snake Pit. It's got that like pod racer style feel. So it's going to be interesting to see. And it's one of those races. I just love that reverse. I just love it. It's one of those races that kind of blasts by. You kind of have to commit in order to grip the air. If you remember in our previous rounds, if you're in a racer ship, you got to go as fast as possible in order to make those sharp turns. So I'll be interested to see if they choose slower ships, faster ships, snub ships, racer ships. You know, some of them might choose some cargo ships. Who knows? I'm just very excited to see what happens.
Yeah, same here. I'm definitely looking forward to it from my end. You know, I've seen reverse. Well, actually, I haven't seen reverse snake pit yet, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how it ends in Drifter's Paradise. So that's going to be definitely one interesting one for me that I'm going to see for the first time. But I really hope that we go away from the untraditional shifts and people just pick like a Fury or something fun. But I mean, they are going to try to win. So let's see what happens here. It is an exhibition, but I still want to see some risks being taken.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen as well that Laser looks to be sponsoring a few fun prizes for this exhibition as well. So, Snake Pit backwards in any ship, and we're going to do the race one winner's choice of an Arena Commander track in the MPVUV for one lap, which is going to be hilarious. And the exhibition awards that they're doing, so this is hot off the press, is going to be 2 paints for your Gravity Rush ship. So the most spectacular crash and the best overtake. So commentator's choice here, Crucian. We're going to have to try and find the people with the best crash and the best overtake. We'll watch out for that. And the other award they're giving out is a Pulse LX with a Star Kitten paint. Is it possible for the Pulse LX to look any cooler than with a Star Kitten paint? I don't know, but it's definitely a crowd favorite. And this is going to go out to the crowd choice just by monitoring Twitch chat. So please shout out your favorite racers in Twitch chat to receive that Pulse LX Star Kitten paint. And that's just for race 1. For race 2, we're going to call it out for you viewers to post in chat, and we'll watch and see what happens.
All right, well, let's see here. Well, we got some prizes on the line. Then let's go ahead and push it and go for it. But here we go. I saw some different ships, but I think they're restarting right now. I think I saw man, what's that ship called?
I didn't see it. I was looking at the prizes that were just
Oh, that's what it
announced.
was. An Intrepid.
Yeah,
Seeing an Intrepid Origin 350R. Like, what is? I mean, I'm not gonna complain here. I said untraditional ships, and that's exactly what we're getting right now.
yeah. I'm gonna have to take some notes for this race as well. So we've got Jellyhead made in the 350R. We've got Ricky Ticky. Is he in a?
That's a
Is
Nomad.
what's that new
That's a
Nomad? Sorry,
Nomad.
it looked like a meteor. So Ricky Ticky in the Nomad. And what's Ninjetti and Canadian Oh, so Canadian Maverick is also in a 350R, is that right?
Yeah, and then you have Jellyhead made in an Intrepid.
Nice.
I think we're just waiting
It's
for
gonna be
one
exciting.
feed. Yep. I think we're just waiting for one feed, but oh gosh.
And so, Christian, we got to keep our eyes peeled. So we are looking for an award for the most spectacular crash and for the best overtake. And we've got 2 races to decide that in as well. Or is this just for race 1? We'll see. We got to pick a crowd favorite as well. So I want to see in chat who thinks who's made the best race ship choice for this event in Snake Pit. Bit of a risky choice, having quite a large ship as a Nomad, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Ninjetti's feed, and we should be able to go underway here. But seeing a Nomad race, is that even a viable ship that can, take it through Snake Pit reverse at this point?
You can race anything in the verse. I've seen 890 jumps. I've seen lots of exhibitions. I've seen, lots of Herald races that have been really exciting as well. So, yeah, you can race anything in the verse.
All right, well, let's see how it does. I believe we're still waiting for one person, and then we should be good to go here. But seeing Intrepid though, I mean, like I'm still over here trying to fight to see a what do you call it? A what was it? Why am I forgetting my ships? The Peregrine. I'm still waiting to see. So when we started Gravity Rush, right? We have I believe 7 ships that are that we chose that could be choosable within Gravity Rush, and you know there is a Fury there is a Peregrine there, but of course everybody chose a 350, they chose a Snub, or they chose a Razor, which of course are still kings of racing. But would love to see somebody, you know, have that orthodox method and come out in a Fury or a Peregrine, you know, to race. So.
Yeah, I think the Peregrine looks beautiful as well. Everybody just loves the look of the sabers, and it's quite a large ship. And I think the difficulty with the Peregrine in the racing environment is just the fact that it just it doesn't have like good reverse thrusters. You go fast in one direction, and that's about it. The lats and the verts and the side thrusters are just not quite as powerful as the mains. So with a little bit of balancing, I think it will be definitely a competitive ship. I have to say, I've never raced in Intrepid though before, and that's pretty exciting. It's a very like lopsided ship with the giant gun and cockpit on one side, off balancing each other. I wonder if Jelly Headmate's done the racer thing of putting the gun off as well.
Well, it looks like racers are ready. I see Ninjetti. Is that an Avenger? Looks like the cockpit of an Avenger.
Like he's Titan or something. Yeah, it looks like he's hopped into that. Looks like we got 1 minute countdown for the start. 30 seconds to go, sorry.
All right, here we go. We got about 60 seconds to start. Let's get some hype in chat. Who you guys are going for? You guys are going for Jelly Headmate in the Intrepid, Ricky Ticky in the Nomad, and Jetty in the Avenger, or Canadian Maverick in the 350R? I think Canadian Maverick is not playing here today, though. Definitely in that 350R, I feel like has the advantage there, but let's see what happens. This is going to be exciting.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
I see Jelly Headmate already in the lead. Went straight out in that Intrepid, actually doing very well to control it. This is a white ship, but hey, these turns are going very well there. Canadian Maverick and the 350 going very quick as well. I think this is going to be close.
Yeah, Canadian Maverick just took a wider line and overtook Jelly Headmate. Both of them in Intrepids, which is a very funny choice. Bit of a meme here. Can't tell. It looks like Jelly Headmate is just behind Canadian Maverick, with Ricky Ticky following up a little bit behind them in the Nomad. We've just had an explosion from Canadian Maverick as well, taking corners a little bit too close to the checkpoint. And he's just taking a position above, or is he going back down? I can't tell. It looks like he's just hovering above to let the other racers continue. No, he's carrying on. So it looks like Jelly Headmate's in first position. It looks like Ricky Ticky should be in second, and it looks like Canadian Maverick should be in third. And Canadian Mavericks collided with the ground again, with Jelly Headmate completing the first lap in 58 seconds. What an exhibition of skill. I can't believe he's done this in an Intrepid.
Yeah, that's actually Jelly Headmate going pretty smooth. And like, look, man, I think Jelly Headmate is like, you know what? This is my moment to shine with the Intrepid. Haven't done that before, so.
Yeah, this is great as well, because I don't know about you, but StarCitizen for me is a game that I like to have a lot of fun in. It's a sandbox game, and, you know, all of this sort of stuff that happens, all of these races that happen just off the bat, just because some friends get together. It's fun like this that makes this like a lasting game, in my opinion.
Ooh, very good 360 there by Jelly Headbeat and the Intrepid going quickly. I think, I mean, in their still lap number 1. Oh, yeah, because they're going backwards here.
Yeah, so Jellyhead Mate's just crossed the start-finish line the second time, I believe. I think he's on his final lap. Ricky Tiki, I think, is still on lap 2, struggling a little bit with the with the Nomad. It's a little bit larger. It's got a little bit less weaker thrusters, a little harder to find the lines. And Ricky Tiki, oh, Jellyhead Mate's just collided with one of the checkpoints. I wonder if he's got all of his ship left. It looks like he's limping around. He might have to. Yeah, he might have to fly backwards or sideways or something to... No, it looks like he's got control. I was just saying, yeah, Ricky Tiki with his mouse and keyboard must be struggling a lot more in the Nomad. Fair play to him. But Jellyhead Made back on track with red thrusters. Anything could happen. One more collision from Jellyhead Made and he could be out.
Yeah, it seems like we don't have a feed from Ninjetti, who was in that Avenger, which is a bummer. Definitely wanted to, you know, to take a look at how the Avenger's doing. But man, it's a little bit confusing because since they're going backwards, you can't really tell in what position, you know, people are, other than using the leaderboard up on the top left of the screen.
Yeah, so it looks like Canadian Maverick is just a little bit between the two. I don't know how far between. The familiarity with the track is gone from my head. It's really thrown me. I don't know how these racers feel. Jellyhead Made is just sort of like squeezing it through to try and catch up with a checkpoint that it looks like he's missed, perhaps. So not quite sure. And he's collided. He's DNF'd. Canadian Maverick now. I think. Oh, has he completed the race? Perhaps that's what happened. Yeah, it looks like he got through to his final lap with just Ricky Tiki left, finishing off his third lap.
Yeah, I believe Ninjetti crashed to desktop, so it should be back here hopefully for the next race. But looks like Jellyhead Mate is going to be picking the track for the next one here shortly before we jump into our Group 3 races and continue here with Gravity Rush. But so far, very, very fun exhibition. I'm very impressive to see how well the Intrepid can honestly move within this track itself.
Oh, and Ricky Tiki's just taken a tumble and DNF'd. Unfortunately, colliding with the geometry and then with the checkpoint as well. Like a 1-2 hit and then a knockout. But yeah, it's been very impressive to see both Jellyhead Made and Canadian Maverick in the Intrepids. I've never seen them flown quite so expertly before, so very exciting to see.
I think Ricky Tiki finished there. Yep, there we go. So 50, wow, very close. In that 350R, Canadian Maverick hitting that 55-second fastest lap, and then Jellyhead Made in the Intrepid with a 55.5. So, but coming in first place. So let's see what track Jellyhead Made is gonna be picking for this next one.
Yeah, I'm also really impressed with just the times here. 3:13 and 3:29, only what 17 seconds? Well, 16 and a half seconds between the top two racers here. So just applying their skill to a ship that they're not commonly flying and being 15, 16 seconds between them for an entire race. Yeah, really, really impressive. What's your favorite ship to take out in the Verse Crucian if you were to take any ship to a track?
Believe it or not, at first the MSR has been my go-to ship to fly quite often lately, but on the track, I've been using the Fury, even though it's, you know, not the current meta here in Gravity Rush, but I think the Fury to me is definitely one of my favorite ships to kind of just because of the engines to kind of try to figure out and maneuver. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played with the Guardian yet either, but just the whole Mirai, yeah, the engine rotation is going to be exciting in the development of the game. It'd be great to try and race some Guardians and see what they're like as well. I'm a fan of the Scorpius, believe it or not. And it's one of those ships that's really difficult to maneuver because the wings are just so wide. So you catch yourself on lots of yeah, if you're flying close to something, you're basically going to die. But it handles really well for a heavy fighter. It's just, yeah, it's a really fantastic ship to fly. I recommend it to anybody if they're looking for a new ship to try and hoon around for a little bit. Obviously, yeah, I like the Scorpius, and it's good for fighting too, of course.
Oh, we're going to Record Memorial. Man, why is this place so green? I'm over here like, oh man. Anyways, we're going to Record Memorial here in MPUVs. This is going to be a fun treat here. But this one is a pretty not too long of a track. And I believe this one wasn't the time trial, but looking forward to definitely seeing this one.
Yeah, I think Rickard Memorial is one of those tracks that you start off as a beginner because it's one of those first, racy looking tracks, and then you realize just how difficult racing is in StarCitizen. Yeah, I really struggled with learning this track myself.
Well, there's I believe there's 2 or 3 iterations of this track, if I'm not mistaken, but this was one of the tracks where one of the iterations of it was obviously the first tracks that I think they put out in Arena Commander, that we were actually racing back in like 2016 when 2.63, back then where we had actually spectator mode in 263, which was awesome, but we need that spectator mode back. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it looks like this track is Rickard Memorial Winner's Choice. Obviously, very similar to the qualifying track, as you mentioned, Old Vanderval. I think these races used to be in 0G, but now they've got gravity. But they're completely disorienting because there's just no visual reference. All the checkpoints look the same. All the geometry, all the buildings look the same.
Buildings, yeah.
And they're going to do one lap in MPUVs. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to be pulling through as fast as they can, but they're going to be struggling to try and fit on the track and to get through those checkpoints safely without colliding with each other.
All right, here we go. So MPUVs are going to be, like you mentioned here, CyberFox, 1 lap in Rickard Memorial. I haven't seen MPUVs be racing, so let's see how that turns out. I think this is going to be the last race of our exhibition before we go into a quick break, before we jump into group number 3 races and head back into, the path of Gravity Rush to see which 3 races of group 3 and 4 are going to end up moving on to the semifinals here of Gravity Rush and into the finals, to see who's going to end up winning that top 3, which I'm very excited for. So, but love seeing Rickard Memorial here. It looks like a whole different track for us. So definitely looking forward to it. And one track that we're going to be seeing during the semifinals is going to be Kaplan Stadium, where we definitely saw that one at Enter Atmosphere 54. And that was a very exciting track for me. Very, seeing the slaloms, seeing all that go through, definitely excited for that one.
Yeah, and the Kaplan Stadium circuit is the home. It's on Orison. It's the home of the PTV racetrack, and I feel like what we're about to see is going to be closer to PTV racing than it is to be to ship racing, because these are very much like the golf carts of the verse, aren't they? These MPUVs. Very interesting ship choice and very interesting track choice for these vehicles.
How does the MPU fly? I don't even have an MPUV, but they just look ugly.
I've never rented
just
one.
Gonna put it out there.
It's Argo Orange. It's beautiful. You can't say Argo is ugly with the Argo Orange. It's beautiful. But yeah, no, I've not rented one. I don't. Yeah, I've only got my pledge ship, my cutter. And I imagine it probably handles very similar to the cutter. I'll be honest, it's a similar shape, it's a similar size, and it's got two main thrusters, and yeah, just a cockpit. Is there's not much to it really.
All right, well, let's see. I mean, it looks like we have a blue one. Looks like Jellyhead has a blue MPUV there, so let's see how that turns out.
I'd love to see some exciting, different paints on ships as the game evolves. Like, I want to see some police paints, maybe some black and white, like those New York cop cars. I'd like to see some more like
A
ambulance
checkered
style
cab.
paint jobs as well. Yeah, checkered cab, yeah. And yeah, it'd be good to see like these as dressed as like bumper cars or something, because I think they'd make good bumper cars.
All right. Well, I believe they're getting in position here, starting the grid, and the grid should be able to indicate that we should be able to start here soon. And I believe they're doing just one lap. I know the MPVs are pretty slow, so what do you reckon on the times here on Rickard Memorial? What kind of lap are we looking at, Cyberfox?
Well, seeing as they're flying through ATMO with very non-aerodynamic ships, I don't think they're going to be doing dolphin dives and cutting to grab the air and hitting the 43.9 seconds that is like the record set by Splen in the M50. So I would say, in terms of the ship speed, at least double that. So I would say just under 2 minutes per lap. So it looks like we've probably got around about a 2-minute race here. And if anybody misses any checkpoints, which is likely to happen, it's going to run a little bit longer, I feel, as well.
Well, let's see how they take these turns. If they're going to pitch and roll, if they're going to drift, or if they're just going to go slow through the checkpoints. So let's see what happens.
Looks like they're resetting the lobby, unfortunately. But I mean, the profile of the ship, in terms of how pretty it is, it kind of, I saw one of the team ships, like one of the spectator ships in a blade, and actually they kind of look a little bit like a blade, just like a really boxy blade with the almost like the Star Trek Bird of Prey, the Klingon ship, where it's got the thing in the middle and then it's got the two side thrusters. It has that sort of profile, doesn't it? But very boxy. I've never flown the MPUV, so I don't even know how well it boosts.
Me either. I mean, can we compare it to a snub? I would say, but just it kind of feels like a snub ship. Just maybe not with the proper dynamics.
So yeah, it looks like about a 170 meters per second versus a 280 for a snub. So yeah, it's a lot slower. It's not quite half as slow, but it is significantly slower. And then yeah, the boosted speed, it looks like 360 meters per second versus 620. So again, just a little bit higher than half as fast. And yeah, the maneuverability, normally on the Krugers we get 55 degrees pitch yaw roll and 66 degrees for boosted. This is 30 degrees and 36, so again just a little more than half as reactive. So it's like flying a very slow, maybe a little bit drunken, inebriated P-52, P-72, you know, just one of those ships that's maybe trying to keep up with the rest of the pack and not doing as so well. Maybe after a hard day's work, that's how the ships feel. Just a very, very sluggish, very slow, but proportionally so, which is interesting to see.
I actually look at the MPUV as do you know what a K truck is? You know those short Japanese trucks? That's exactly what the MPUV is. It's a K truck of StarCitizen. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And these tiny little trucks, they appear in like small little villages as well. So I think they have them in some little places in Italy on some of the islands, because some of the roads are so narrow and so steep that they need these tiny little vehicles to get around the place safely. Yeah, I wonder what tiny little places in the verse these will be lugging cargo around. It's supposed to be like from ship to ship, isn't it? So squeezing in tight little spaces, I think.
Yep. I mean, you could see it, carry some boxes within your, I would say, within your base, moving things around, even though you can use a ground vehicle. If you need it
Yeah,
to
yeah,
go
yeah. In
a
your
little bit
hangar.
higher, you can use it as a crane, so it works out.
Yeah. And I tell you what, like CIG, if you're listening, the cargo tractor beam that it's got, the ship is so light, right? I want to be able to Spider-Man using that tractor beam. I want to hook onto the checkpoints. I want to sling myself through. You've seen it in Just Cause. You've seen it in Halo, right? The grappling hook. I want to see a
Oh my
ship.
goodness.
This is like free. This is free advice here. You can sell a ship that has a Spider-Man style grappling hook on it, and yeah, that could be your next variation of the MPUV. I'd have that. That would be so exciting.
I got no comment on that one. Just Spider-Man. Spider-Man ATLS. Oh my goodness. That's what we need right there. We already got one with a jetpack. We might as well have one with a grappling hook. So
It's
all
the
right,
future. Anything can happen.
All right, countdown's about to start. Let's see how our MPUV race turns out and who's going to come out on top of this one. But so far, I mean, Jelly had made, with the Intrepid coming out in first place in that reverse snake pit here in our first race of the exhibition. But we're down to 30 seconds. Whenever you're ready to go, Cyberfox, you take it away.
Will do. I'll try and line this up as best as I can. Be interesting as well to try and do a race when you're in like a turret view or something. That'd be funny if you could keep your flight controls but race from a side turret or something. But yeah, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
You had to say go a little bit slower.
It looks like they're not very fast off the line there, coming into the first checkpoint. With Jellyhead Made, it looks like slightly in the lead. Oh, nice overtake there by Canadian Maverick. And Ricky Ticky, I think, is just taking up the rear, or is it Ninjetti in the back?
No, it looks like it's Ninjetti in the back, and then you see Canadian Maverick in the second place, and Jellyhead Meat is leading the pack here currently in Rickard Memorial.
Yeah, and it's funny because Ricky Ticky has got obviously those mouse and keyboard controls, so it's going to be fighting the sluggish ship even harder than all the other players who have got those smoother inputs. But Ricky Ticky here taking a little bit of a dangerous overtake, I think, or attempting to. We've just zoomed into Canadian Maverick's view and back out. Did Ricky Ticky collide? I'm not sure. It looks like he's slowed down. But yeah, Canadian Maverick battling with Jellyhead Made for the lead. It looks like Jellyhead Made has got about 500-600 meters head start and a little bit of a lead. Yeah, using that term battling very loosely here, but anything could happen, you see. Just because Jellyhead Made has the lead doesn't mean he can't overshoot any of these checkpoints here. You got to keep it tight. You got to keep it under your control, which isn't as which is easier said than done. Canadian Maverick and Jellyhead Made, yes. Yeah, it looks like they are closing that gap. It's very, very hard to keep up with this pace of racing, I must say. It's yeah, tricky to watch. So Canadian Maverick there, coming very close to the racer in front, the blue MPUV, 200 meters, 130 meters. You can see him controlling the TVI as well. So that little orange, because the HUD's gone orange because they're in an orange ship, trying to figure out which checkpoint he's going to, trying to keep the ship under control, battling the ATMO a bit there. And then he's got to pull up quite rapidly here. Oh, no. He's hit the checkpoint and rolled about. Luckily, it survived. It looks like he's lost a thruster, though, because he's lost control and is blacked out. That's, for me, that's got to be one of the classic StarCitizen spectacular crashes there. That's definitely got my vote for spectacular crash.
He's still blacked out, too.
That happens to me so often in game, where you just catch something small and then you just spin and spin and spin. Oh, that's beautiful. Well, that's literally what StarCitizen is.
Yeah, they were so close to each other too. Canadian Maverick was right there head to head with Jellyhead Made, not even a few meters away, but unfortunately that bump did is going to somewhat cost them that large lead, and then Jetty getting pushed into that second place spot. But I feel like Jelly had made, got a pretty further lead out now that doesn't have Canadian Maverick trailing him from the back. So, but what a crash,
Yeah, I
man! That
think
was like that was the longest blackout I've ever seen, to be honest.
I think this is yeah, definitely squeezing in all of the fun into this really long track time. You can see I got it completely wrong with the track times as well. We're on to 4 minutes so far, probably because the amount of time it takes to accelerate this ship. Jellyhead made completing in 3 minutes and 43 seconds. So taking the win there, and what a spectacular win that was. He's going for a victory lap. He's just yeah, just taking it easy, going through the checkpoints while Canadian Maverick wraps up. And then Jetty crossing the line right now by the looks of it as well for a 4 minutes and 1 second. So yeah, quite a few, quite a large gap between all of them, and Canadian Maverick just lining up, just making sure that he doesn't hit any of the building for a 414 to close this race. What a fantastic exhibition! That's yeah, that's had me properly laughing.
Here comes Ricky Dicky towards coming into the finish line as well. And big shout outs to all these racers today for just giving us a fun show and just being a part of the exhibition while we get ready for our third group here of Gravity Rush. But that was actually a fun one to watch. First place, you're gonna have Jellyhead, Ninjetti in second place, and then Canadian Maverick. Man, I think he could have kept up with Jellyhead if he didn't hit that that checkpoint, trying to get ready to kind of pull up as much as he can in that. I believe that was like checkpoint 7. But fun racing from the entire team. Hopefully, this gives them a taste about how the semifinals is going to look like.
Yeah. And I love as well just the fact that our fastest lap times are 3 and 4 minutes. 3 and 4 minutes long, with like 18 and 30 seconds between them. This to me is honestly what StarCitizen is about. It's a sandbox game. You can do what you like in it. You can invent what you like in it. And it's how, I suppose, like inaugural racing events began. It's how ATMO began, I would guess. It's like, hey guys, let's get these cars, let's get these ships, let's all get together, let's have some fun. Yeah, we've had a lot of fun today.
Yeah, 100%. So shout out to all the races one more time. Let's get back to Tint to see what he thought about these incredible races that left us in awe the entire time. Let's head back to the desk here, Tint. I know you're smiling because of how good this racing was. First, it was Tint. You're muted, but tell us a little bit about tell us a little bit about how good that Intrepid run was.
Like I said in the chat, you could have given me 1,000 guesses, and I would have started making up StarCitizen ships. I would have gone back over and guessed some twice before I would have guessed the Intrepid. But clearly it moves. You can't fault it. It was a good choice. He was able to make it work for him, and definitely interesting to see it go toe to toe with the 350. And really, this is what I want out of organized racing. Is we need a daily drivers class. We need a ship class where you can't enter without a bed and some guns on your ship, something you could rock up to a bunker with and have a little fun. But yeah, absolutely beautiful to see people racing ships they love. And the Nomad, I mean, coming in I think a little bit clutch for Ricky too, with being able to take a beating, being one of those more durable small ships. He was able to take a few bumps, take a few knocks, and just stay in it and keep having fun. I'm a little sad that Ninjetti CTD'd. I mean, it's classic StarCitizen. If there's going to be a crash, it's going to be the desktop.
Yeah.
But I do love the Avenger Titan. That was my starter ship, so it's got a special place in my heart.
Yeah, that was definitely one of my. Jellyhead may do an awesome 360 there. Going into one of the turns, showing off just a little bit on the skill with the Intrepid was actually pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, it looks like these replays here are showing some of the best bits as well. And I just have to mirror what Tint said as well. The 350R versus Intrepid was unexpected. And I love the fact that we've got the comment of if it moves that we can race it, right? That's the throttle over fear all
I
over
know.
again, with the Intrepids taking down 350Rs on the snake pit with a penguin in the race. Come on, guys, this is fantastic.
We actually have another saying that I got to throw out there, but this exhibition was a display of freedom over speed, 100%, and that's something that we also have as a how do you say it, as a verse for Gravity Rush, which is absolutely cool. So because they had the freedom to fly whatever ship they want in that exhibition instead of having the speed in the MPUV, if that makes sense. So,
Yeah,
but
absolutely. And it's like a strap line for the event, but it's like it's what we all feel, right? It's what the event
yep.
represents.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to have group number 3 ready to go, and I'm excited for that one because we have, I believe we have Canadian Maverick is coming back. We're going to have Herbie or Dito, and I believe is going to be Shipco racing for us today. Very excited to see who in that top 3 is going to be moving forward into our semifinals here for Gravity Rush. So, but before we do that, let's talk a little bit about the MPUV race. We got some replays, so let's show that off. Tint, the MPUV, slow as hell. What are your thoughts there?
You know,
Break
it,
it down for us.
it's golf cart racing at its finest. It is absolutely, it's always a good time. And it is a little bit akin to Aurora racing in that you'll find the pros absolutely love it because it does level the playing field. It takes reaction time kind of out of the equation and it brings racing strategy to the forefront. Now, I was surprised to see people getting ship diffed in the impuv. That was not on my bingo card here, but apparently the personnel does just absolutely monster over the tractors. So we saw um, the Jelly and Canadian Maverick getting out an early lead on that basis, and then of course
Yep.
Maverick shining a bright light on one of everybody's favorite StarCitizen bugs, where if you crash and lose a thruster while you're thrusting, the ship is just going to keep spinning until it either finds its way into the ground or you hit the backspace button. But you get hard locked in that blackout, and we've seen people get stuck that way for 5-10 minutes sometimes in the past. It's brutal.
Yeah, I could tell the just I can feel Cyberfox smiling from ear to ear this entire race. Cyberfox, you got any
It's so
comments on
good.
the MPUV?
just Tim's comment about being locked in that spin for 5 minutes. I have literally been there, like limping home from a battle, like in Yella somewhere, trying to get my way back to Grim Hex, just in the middle of nowhere, just trying to limp my way home and just spinning out. It's just unbelievable. It is, yeah, exactly what Star Citizen is about. However, I do find it a bit strange, right? That in this game of systems, and it's a systematic, they try to build the wind and there it is again, the wind, and they try to build the thrusters by a systematic approach. How do the thrusters do this? How do they accelerate the ship like beyond the limits of what your mains can accelerate you in? It just doesn't make any sense. But I love the slow-mo. I love the slow-mo replay here going on. I'm very familiar with this feeling and with this view. So it speaks to me, this one.
Yeah, that reminds me every time I used to fly. Once Xperia Talon came out, I was flying that left and right, and every time I lost a wing, I was just flipped the whole time where you lose complete control over it. So I started flying with it with the wings closed now, but still definitely Talon is one of my favorite ships to kind of fly around from like a combat perspective. So but no, that was an awesome exhibition. Again, thanks to the racers, thanks to Jellyhead, me, Canadian Maverick, Ricky Ticky. Appreciate you guys. I forgot the fourth one because my mind went quickly. Was Jellyhead, me, Ricky Ticky, Canadian Maverick, and then Jetty. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate it. But we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to do group number 3. We're going to continue with Gravity Rush, see who's going to be qualified to go into the semifinals today. But thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you continue to root for your favorite racer in chat. And don't forget, once again, make sure you're following ATMO Esports across all social medias and even jump on the Discord. You want to, whether you want to race, endurance race, whether you want to ship race or be in the PvP fight or flight coming up here in September, make sure you guys keep up to date with all of our events over in our discord.gg/ATMO Esports. So we'll go on a quick break and we'll be right back, guys. Peace.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
All right, welcome back,
Well,
guys, to
here we are.
Gravity Rush. We're
Yellow
here for
Valley.
group number 3 here. We're gonna be seeing Canadian Maverick, Herbie, or Dito going at it here. Cyberfox, well, welcome back, man.
Yeah, thanks. Pleased to be here. Pleased to be back at Yada Valley again, one of our favorites. It's going to be exciting to see Ordito competing. We've been watching him with sharp eyes. putting in those TT times as well, putting in those world record times, coming up against Herbie, Canadian Maverick, Shipko, and White Rice, as you say. With, I think, White Rice is not contending today. Is that correct?
Yep. We don't have Shipko or White Rice today, unfortunately, but we're gonna. I believe this kind of already sets up our top three to move on to the semifinals. But still, we should definitely excited to see some ship racing today.
Yeah, and I think with Herbie's additional practice, so putting in a time 3 days ago with 56 seconds, he'll be one to watch, especially because of the different ships. So Audito's got the snub ship, which should give him a bit of an advantage. Like world record time that he's got from 2 months ago is about 44 seconds. So it's going to be about a 12 to 15-second difference minimum between Audito in the snub ship and Herbie in the Razor, it looks like. And we got Canadian Maverick in an M50, is that? So I think Canadian Maverick is probably going to be in between them, competing with Audito to try and get those second place to first place points.
Yep, and I'm excited here. And we see Ordito with 24, Herbie with 15, and Canadian Maverick with 13. Now, here's what's going to happen. Ordito, I believe, is going to probably most likely stay in that first place spot here in group number 3, but you're going to see a bit of a battle here between Herbie and Canadian Maverick in order to kind of lock in which rush they're going to be in the semifinals, which is, I think it's important because if you start in the last rush and you don't win and you stay in the last rush, you're most likely not moving on to the finals. CyberFox. So it's very important for these teams, or for these racers to kind of lock in, and they want to at least be in that first or second rush because it gives them that chance to either move up and not hopefully move down. But let's see what's going to happen here. I know Herbie's been putting in a lot of lap time, like you mentioned, in scr.gg, which if you guys don't know, you guys can check it out. Put in, you guys can see a lot of the top times, a lot of the laps on that are being uploaded into the leaderboards for most of the tracks in scr.gg. So make sure you guys head on over there and check it out. And if you're interested in racing, it's a lot of great ways to learn. And then, of course, videos from Jacqueline as well on YouTube. That is also a great racer that teaches a lot of how to take pins, turns, apex, all of that good stuff. So, but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, Yadar Valley, but then we have, I believe, Pyro Jump Point coming up, and then after that, Miner's Lament, where Ordito is not going to have that advantage of the speed of the snub, where it's pretty quick in atmosphere, but not in 0G. So looking forward to that there, CyberFox.
Yeah, Audito really does need to secure this and not have a DNF in order to get the points on the board to survive those 2 races and put himself in a good position for the rushes. We've got 60 seconds to race start, but Herbie and Canadian Maverick, Herbie's got 15 points and Canadian Maverick have got 13 points going into this round. So they're neck and neck, really, and anything could happen. And I think the discipline between ATMO and 0G racing in the Razors, we're going to see some exciting battles between those two, with Audito fighting to keep up, I believe, in the 0G tracks. So all to play for here at Gravity Rush on this round 3.
All right, countdown has started. Whenever you're ready, CyberFox, take it away. And I'm excited to see Yadar Valley here. I want to see it being complete this time around. I don't want to see, I don't want to see everybody crash out in the start of it.
Yeah, I think Canadian Maverick's really going to be pushing it here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! And they're off, with Audito taking a very quick lead, as expected. Pitch and roll and pitching into the Drifter's hideout, taking a little bit of a TT line over the geometry and coming around to the 3rd checkpoint. Herbie also has learned this track really well by the looks of it. He took a very similar line and looks like he was keeping up with the pack. Audito just setting a really fast pace here, coming in between some of these rocks, moving up towards the stairway to heaven and nosing all the way down, nearly redding out, really pushing that ship to as far as it can go, pushing his character as far as he can go, coming around to split decision, the reckoning, and up to the start finish line in a second here to put in a lap time of 52 seconds. That is a stunning time. Herbie is in third place with Canadian Maverick in second by the looks of it. Herbie taking it a little bit more tentative. What do you think of the difference in flying style here, Crucian, between Herbie and Canadian Maverick? Not too much between them.
Yeah, I don't see too much of a difference here. Obviously, Canadian Maverick going you know, a little bit quicker and taking, I feel like, you know, more riskier turns going over the geometry, just like what we saw there, while Herbie just sticks to the bottom of it, you know, not trying to make a mistake. Oh, he is going over now. Okay. So I guess this is everybody's strategy, but I mean, the way you saw Ordito kind of go up to heaven and come down the way that Herbie is doing. Herbie has to pitch and yaw in order to kind of, you know, clear that. But man, Ordito's just completely going super fast, having a masterclass here. Here goes Canadian Maverick, turning here into heaven to adjust, going down, back down to the ground. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're very, very similar between Canadian Maverick and Herbie, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks to me like Canadian Maverick is pushing it a little bit harder, as you say, but not on the bleeding edge like we've seen before that the M50 can do in this track. So I think there's a lot more that can be pulled out of this ship between Canadian Maverick and Herbie, but they're still pushing it as hard as they can, as fast as they can. Canadian Maverick possibly missing a checkpoint there and going back around to collect it with a 2 minutes 23 seconds for the lap times. And Ordito probably pulling in for the third lap now, nearly at the end, I think. Yeah, coming through the reckoning and through the start finish to complete lap 3 and ending the race with a 51-second lap. So Herbie and Canadian Maverick got to finish this race. Looks like Canadian Maverick might have had a bit of an upset.
Did Canadian Maverick did he? Oh, okay, I think Canadian Maverick did hit the checkpoint. So this, all Herbie has to do is make sure that they clear and take it easy within this 90 seconds in order to take that second place spot in points, which I can't. You know, you definitely don't want to drop down to that rush 3 in the semifinals here.
Yeah, just really close to the crane there, just narrowly avoiding it. Obviously, some of these tracks, like the Reclaimer, have the cranes. They've just recently been removed, which get in the way of things. But this is what I'm talking about. Herbie is taking it easy, and he was 2 points behind Canadian Maverick going into this event. So now that he's completed this race in second place, he's going to go up the leaderboard going into the low grav tracks. So well done to Herbie for keeping it safe, keeping it steady, and collecting as many points as he could, really, as the best result that he could have gotten out of this race compared to Ordito in a snub.
Yeah, one thing I will want to be careful is that, you know, even though Ordito is in that P72, obviously, you know, definitely is going to be mastering these tracks no matter what. But if I was Herbie and Canadian Maverick, I would stay in a very good pace in these next 0G maps in order to kind of keep, like, you know, just at least complete a couple laps and get some points on the board, because if you wipe out in that first lap, you're not going to end up with anything. So and on top of that, I think taking it a little easier, you're still going to go a little bit faster than Ordito no matter what. So you know, I think it's a good chance to put, you know, to gain first place, but I don't, if they're not steady in this map, they're gonna either miss a checkpoint or they're gonna hit into something here, CyberFox.
Yeah, and I was looking at the times online and speaking to the racers before this event, and Herbie again has put down a track time for this track of 2 minutes 37 seconds 7 days ago. And I think that practice, that dedication, really speaks to the type of racer he is, and the fact that he's going to be consistently completing the laps for this track. However, I think Canadian Maverick, I was speaking to him earlier, he's going to struggle with overspeeding, making sure that he has to control his velocity, make sure he doesn't speed up too much, so that he can slow down for those checkpoints, because the technical part of this track requires you to go from a really long straight, a really high velocity, to a lot of technicality and a lot of tight turns at a lot slower speed, and it can be easily overshot if you plunge too hard into the throttle there.
Yeah, but especially on that straightaway that we continue to talk about here in Pyro Gateway, they're gonna have to, you know, as we mentioned, a lot of throttle control, a lot of speed control. You know, kind of going back to what Ricky Tiki was doing, just make sure he was tapping his way to control that speed. But definitely looking forward to seeing a new set of racers here in Pyro, you know, in Stanton Pyro Gateway here, to see how they kind of tackle, you know, this track, if any different from group number 1.
Yeah, and in terms of the how to handle the tracks, it will be different just because of those checkpoint rings again. So we spoke about it in the earlier rounds. The rings limit the point of entry and the point of exit. On Pyro Jump Point and in Miners Levent has like wider gates. So you've got that comparison between the 0G track with the narrow checkpoints and the 0G track with the wider checkpoint. So you've got more flexibility with Miners Lament, so it flows a little better. And I was speaking to Jackadin as well. Shout out to Jackadin. I know he's not here on the analyst desk today, but will be joining us hopefully in Fortnite again, joining Tint on the analyst desk. But although he runs the YouTube channel, his own YouTube channel to teach racers how to race, which is fantastic and anybody should check it out, he said that he needs to learn this track consistently as well, because he's learned Miners Lament, but he finds this one a little trickier, despite the fact that it's got a simpler layout. It's way, way, way more technical.
Yeah, this is one that I'll probably have to look at a few videos in order to kind of get into it. But I mean, normally what you always want to do, and this is a strategy that I've been using for a while. Whenever I used to race back in the earlier patches, was just take it slow, learn the checkpoints, and then kind of speed up from there, and continue to speed up and keep a pace. And I believe you can cap your speed at a certain amount. So just continue to cap your speed and raising it up and keep going faster as you can continue learning the checkpoints and how and kind of how to take those turns.
Yeah, and I think this is a skill that all good pilots should have. And you're probably more aware of this than I am with fight or flight. Because when you're doing PvP in StarCitizen in 0G, it's all about like responding to your opponent's velocity and direction and angle of acceleration, and you got to maneuver yourself around them to get like an advantageous fighting position, right? And I think that control of velocity, that discipline, translates across pilots here for racing and for ship fighting. What do you think? Have you seen similar skills in your PvP style events?
I think we've seen some similar stuff. We've had a lot of, you know, PvPers do try ship racing, but I guess since they came out with this flight model, it hasn't been as interesting to them as much as it was before. So hopefully whatever new flight model they have that it kind of comes out will hopefully kind of reinterest some of these you know, fighter pilots to hopefully come and try some racing from their end. So
yeah, I think just the I suppose the more people that get into just enjoying flying ships, the better for the verse. Yep. Whether you're, you know, a cargo hauler, or whether you're a capital ship runner, or whether you're a snub fighter, or whether you're a racer, like the more expert pilots we have, the better. And I think all of this is about, you know, learning how the game handles its physics, learning how the individual personalities of the ships can be, I suppose, exploited. So the M50 can be pushed really hard. You can drift the Razor around tracks, whereas the snub fighters are a little more, they got a little more bite. They got a little more nose authority.
More nose, yep.
And you got the arrow. You got the arrow, which is great for like low flying and doing the hooning and doing like the flips and the sort of like the air shows that are low to the ground. So yeah, it's just about exploring and finding out what StarCitizen is all about, in my opinion. It looks like we've got a 1 minute countdown before we kick off this race.
Yeah, here we go. And again, thanks everybody for joining us in chat, whether you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, or X. Really appreciate you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying today's races, especially our earlier exhibition. That was a lot of fun to watch, but I believe race is about to start. So whenever you're ready, Cyberfox, give us a countdown and take it away, because we have Canadian Maverick, Herbie, and Ordito about to put on a show here in Pyro Gateway.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And it looks like we've got an early lead from Herbie. flying straight through those checkpoints, putting in a really fast pace straight on the boost. I wonder if he's going to allow it to refill before he has to turn around.
There you go. Ardito really pushing it already in that first position. I've never seen. I mean, this snub is definitely looking a little bit different than having, you know, who was it on the snub? Oh no, Ardito missing that checkpoint.
And this is sort of what we were afraid of. I think Canadian Maverick's struggling as well. They've just overshot a little bit, but at least they are both still alive. Whereas Herbie is taking it a little bit more careful. He's struggling a little bit, fighting to keep that TVI on the checkpoint, but controlled and considered. So it looks like we've got Canadian Maverick still in first place, Herbie in second place, and Audito now in third, where it's likely he will stay. It looks like Audito is having a little bit of trouble. I don't know if he's DNF'd, I don't know if he's collided or something. Canadian Maverick overshooting again. Come on, Canadian Maverick, you can do it. Just consider how fast you need to go and just go a little bit slower than that. Just have control of your ship, I would say, would be my advice in this race. Herbie coming in really close, really super close behind Canadian Maverick now. That gap is really, really small.
Yeah, you can see Herbie right behind Canadian Maverick, but they're doing a great job. And I think something happened to Ardito. We'll get more information on that here shortly. But Herbie doing a great job. Herbie has a great understanding of how he needs to control, you know, the ship currently right now, because his adjustments are really, really good. But, you know, almost kind of keeping up with Canadian Maverick. But right now, the pressure's on Canadian Maverick. Canadian Maverick cannot mess up whatsoever, because if not, Herbie's going to be taking that placement from him.
Oh, that was really unfortunate. Herbie had just overtaken Canadian Maverick, and then we lost the feed as he was losing control around the checkpoint. So I'm not sure what happened there. It looks like something... yeah, some stream issue, some connection issue, maybe some game issue. So Canadian Maverick just has to pull it through in order to survive this and give us a bit of a showcase of what can be done on this track. Coming out to this long straight now from the start-finish line, we've got to go through like 3-4 checkpoints before we get into a really long corner, a really long, easy turn that we have to manage our speed through. But it looks like, yeah, I don't know if we're ending that round early. It looks like Audito DNF'd by crashing into a checkpoint, and Herbie had some issues there as well. Just waiting for our race officials to let us know the exact detail of why that race ended a little bit early. Yeah, Herbie blacked out and DNF'd, so we've ended it there with Canadian Maverick, it looks like, taking the points for that round.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately because while Ardito is very up ahead with 24 points, you know, that's going to put Canadian Maverick ahead of Herbie currently right now, because he completed that first lap, putting some points on the board, maxing out those points, and now he's going to lead, I believe, Herbie by 3 points total. So it's going to be coming up to Miner's Lament to see where Herbie lands in order for them to see if they're going to be in that Rush 2 or Rush 3 going into the semifinals here for Gravity Rush.
Yeah, I think that was really interesting from all racers' perspectives as well, right? That wasn't ideal conditions for all of them. And yeah, Audito just crashing into a checkpoint there, just cutting it a little bit fine. We had Canadian Maverick just overshooting a little bit and Herbie blacking out. So a lot of different things happened between the racers. Their control of the ship showed mostly good discipline between them, but it also showed that they were all getting used to the track, getting used to their ships in this 0G format.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, but here we
go.
go.
Miner's Lament now.
Yep, we're going into Miner's Lament, which definitely, when I first saw Ninjetti running Miner's Lament, I thought that this was going to be such a fun track, and I was right. So, honestly, now that I've watched Pyro Gateway for the second time, I am not a fan. I'm not a fan right now of Cyberfox.
Yeah, it's funny. It's again like a difference between old and new racers, learning new flying styles, getting used to a new flight model because of the lack of 6 degrees of freedom. There's a lot that goes into it, and it's a very long race and it's very punishing. And I think that's why like amateur racers or racers who come straight into Star Citizen, new players, they find these zero-G tracks really punishing for those 3 reasons that you just saw now. We got 3 experienced racers who've so far in this event not had any major upsets. And yeah, Pyro Gateway comes along and it just throws all of them off balance. Have you seen many like events in your experience throw people off balance in a group like that before?
No, I've never seen that before. So, and an entire group. I could just imagine these races with 6 to 8 racers. Believe it or not, definitely would like to see that a lot more. But here we go. I believe I Miner's Lament being, I believe Pyro Gateway was 2 laps, but it looks like Miner's Lament is also 2 laps if I'm not mistaken. I only see 2 laps on the top of the screen, but let's see how this works out.
Yeah, so Pyro is cut short because it is such a long track, but Miners is already set in game as a 2-lap track anyway. It is obviously, as we've been saying, one of the toughest tracks to practice with your wiggly arm dance, and that major head tracking is a major advantage as well. It's like a necessity for a track like this. Not only do you have to look for the checkpoints, but you got to avoid all of the debris, you got to avoid all of the asteroids. And yeah, we can see the action camera pinging there, and just the amount of visual noise that's in this race makes it highly disorienting. I remember Tint speaking about this in our last analysis, saying that the lines that people take could be completely upside down to other people's lines. So I think optimizing this track is one that's very interesting. We can see time trials on scr.gg of those expert veteran racers who have set world records, and it was set recently 3 months ago at 1 minute 16 seconds. But the orientation of your ship, the line that you take, might be completely different to that, and you might find a faster time, you might find a time that's slightly different depending on how you approach each checkpoint.
Yeah, I believe with this patch, we've been getting a lot of crash to desktops within Arena Commander, and we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing quite a bit of these, lately. But we're trying to get things, back up and running here soon. And then we're gonna get our last track here for group number 3, which is gonna be Miner's Lament. And like I mentioned already, Herbie did just drop down a few points down to that 3rd place spot, but I'm looking forward to seeing, where if Miner's Lament is going to break it up here shortly.
Yeah, and I think with the points that you're talking about and the position and the competition we got on our hands, there's one sort of unlikely but could possibly happen result. This is one of Audito's, like, not his favorite tracks, but one that he really enjoys. He says it's got a good flow to it when you've taken the time to learn it. He used to enjoy it back in. Yeah, he used to enjoy it with a Fury back before Master Modes in 322. And it could be that we see Herbie and Canadian Maverick might find this a bit trickier than Audito if Audito's a bit more comfortable. So if Audito survives, then he could come out on top as well. So I think it's all to play for in this last track of this round.
All right, well, here we go. We're getting set back up and ready to go, and hopefully for Miner's Lament this time around should be good to go. Oh, man, I can't wait till we get some spectator mode. This will take a lot. Believe it or not, spectator mode will take around it will take about 20 to 40% to set up races. Any PvP stuff, about a lot faster for us, and kind of run through things a lot quicker. But so far, shout out to all of the racers for kind of sticking to our method of getting their feeds. Right now, I believe the overhead cam is a little bit broken, so it's very hard to kind of follow some of these racers. But the method which we're doing production is allowing us to get their feeds directly, which I think has been a great POV overall for us, especially during this race.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're used to these sorts of things means that the races get set up pretty quickly. I think Arena Commander is definitely a great addition to the game, making these things smoother even when we do face errors like this and we do have crashes that we need to reset. It's very quick to get back up and running as opposed to in the PU, much less punishing. And as you say with the action cam, it's just because in space, the distances are just so massive and these ships are so small. You really get a sense of the scale of the StarCitizen universe, where the action camera can zoom in and try and lock on and try and keep up. It's just difficult to see such a large distance with such small ships. It's very different to when we had the Enter atmosphere with the Peregrines. They're a lot easier to see because of the large profile of the ship compared to the Razors.
Yeah, well, we got another crash of desktop. It's okay. We're gonna just wait it out here, ladies and gentlemen, and then we should get our next race started. But thanks everybody for joining us. Really appreciate it. A big shout out to our sponsors. We got Toby Gaming. We got Icon City. If you guys don't know who Icon City is some of the greatest shortcut buttons. They actually update their Star Citizen shortcuts and for Stream Deck every single patch. So if you guys want to check them out, please check them out in the description or link below, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. And again, if you guys want to keep up with everything ATMO Esports, all of our events, whether it's our endurance racing events, whether it's our competitive events, racing events, whether it's Gravity Rush, Fight or Flight, make sure you guys do so on all of our social media channels at ATMO Esports and on Discord, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. Come join us in there and check out all of our races and stuff that's coming along here very, very soon. We have a very cool announcement coming up, hopefully next month, that I hope that it gets the community very excited, especially in a certain part of the world. So, but now looking forward to Miners Lament. Hopefully, no more crashes to desktop here, CyberFox.
Yeah, I mean, we are all problem solvers in the verse. Star Citizen is one of those games that if you've been in it for a little while, you're used to these sorts of things. You're used to elevators not working and ships not spawning and, yeah, crashed desktops and everything. So it's something we're all familiar with. Something, yeah, we're all used to, I suppose, working around. And I think it just sort of gives us an idea of the mindset of the people that play this game. These are persistent people. These are determined people. These are people who understand that they can get the best out of something if they just do it the right way. So it speaks to the racers' own determination to just keep coming back, keep getting punished, and yeah, keep racing.
All right, and then after this, remember, we still have our last group number 4, where we're going to be seeing Jelly had made Slum and Splen racing this time around in these tracks, Yadar Valley, Pyro Jump Point, and then we have, of course, Miners Lament. I'm actually very excited to see, Splen taking this one on, especially with the 0G track. So looking forward to seeing some style come out to play.
Well, Splen has set a track time on this of 1:26, so 1 minute 26 seconds in a Fury LX about a year ago. And I watched the video. I watched his YouTube video on this when he recorded that time trial to prepare myself for this event, just to learn it a little bit better, just to become a little bit more familiar. And bearing in mind that Audito's track time on this is 1 minute 20, so about 5 to 6 seconds between them. On this track, obviously Audito doing it in a snub here today, whereas Splen in a Fury LX a year ago with the old flight style. So yeah, I just think in terms of setting the standards, we've got Splen to look forward to, but we've also got Audito here, who is a really fantastic, determined racer. Despite being in a snub ship in 0G, I think we're going to see a real showcase of his talent and exactly how, you know, any veteran racer would approach it.
All right, it seems like we're good so far, and I believe we're gonna get a countdown here soon. Any anticipated combination of racers that you're looking to see race, either in the semifinals or in the finals themselves, CyberFox?
I mean, I love Splen and I love Audito, and I've seen some battles of them in the XGR divisions as well. And before I even got into StarCitizen, I was watching the races and the battles between not specifically Audito back then because he wasn't racing back then, but Splen's been around a long time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Splen because I've been a huge fan for many years. Looking forward to seeing Audito. Yeah, really battle with him. Looking forward to seeing Shaknu as well. Splen versus Shaknu, that rivalry goes back quite a long way. So we're going to see, I think, a combination of these groups coming into the finals really bring out some of the personalities of StarCitizen racing.
I love to hear that, and that's going to be a combination. And like you always say, CyberFox, if you're not here, you better throttle over fear every time. So we're about to get a countdown going here soon. So whenever we're ready to race, take it away.
Yeah, will do. The action camera looks like it's taking a good position, just targeting Audito there. I anticipate that, like we saw in the last race, we'll see the snub take an early lead, and then Canadian Maverick and Herbie battle it out. Depends which sort of flight style they go in as well, whether they be drifty or whether they be a little bit more straightforward. Be interesting to see the use of the head tracking as well, to see how much of an advantage that gives any of the players here using it. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's go. Audito
right,
taking that early lead. Nice and smooth from Herbie. Audito going sideways, of course. And it looks like Canadian Maverick is coming up in second, and third and first. So it looks like there's a battle coming around this corner. They must be extremely close together. Canadian Maverick pushing it to the edge, nearly blacking out. It looks like the checkpoint didn't register. Sometimes when you're going so fast, that does happen in the game. You miss a bit of a server tick. That was really unfortunate. I don't think he actually missed that checkpoint. Just a bit of a glitch in the game there. Audito still in first place, which we did sort of anticipate, but hopefully Herbie and Canadian Maverick can catch up, with Herbie in a close second place, pinging to try and get some visibility there.
Yeah, it's very tough here, but I see Canadian Maverick is trying to get back and catch up to Herbie here, but it looks like Canadian Maverick was able to push and pass, but they're very close, neck on neck here, moving on to the next checkpoint. But I'm telling you right now, this is where it needs to happen, right? If Canadian Maverick wants to be pushed into that rush number 2, he does need to, complete this first lap and make it into second place here in Miners Lament. So let's see what happens as we continue to watch. Audito, regardless of the ship, Masterclass doing a great job at just pushing it here on Miners Lament in this Archimedes.
Yeah, this doesn't surprise me, and it's reminiscent of Jellyhead Maiden Splen, the snub ship versus the M50, obviously versus the Razors in this track. If you are a very top skilled pilot, then you can challenge the other ships, even if you do have a disadvantage. And Audito here showing that the disadvantage is a little bit like what do they call it in golf, where you get a little bit of I can't even remember the term there. Handicap, that's correct. Yeah, so a little bit of a handicap. Thank you for covering that. Still pushing sideways, using his head tracking to look at the checkpoint, but put his main thrusters in the correct direction. Yep. I also love the fact, and maybe you can comment a little bit on this, Crucian. I just love the fact that we're getting these first-person view cameras. It makes the racing so thrilling, so exciting, and to see exactly what the pilots are doing, what they're thinking, how they're maneuvering their ship from the pilot seat is just phenomenal, and a great way to spectate this format.
Yeah, I absolutely love it, but one thing that I'm going to mention really quickly and what spectator mode will bring, right, is that you'll actually be able to kind of lock into any of these racers in spectator mode, but also kind of zoom out into that third person, seeing them actually race in third person and kind of move around freely with your camera to see how they're taking these turns, how their ship is maneuvering, how it's tilting. And that's, I think that's going to make it even more exciting as we continue to kind of, as Arena Commander continues to develop here. But honestly, I totally agree with you. And look how he's taken this. Oh my Lord, that was tight. But seeing the first person view is definitely exciting. But I think different angles in the future is definitely going to make these races even more fun to watch more than anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be super cinematic. And I think Canadian Maverick is just about 2 checkpoints ahead of Herbie. Herbie just taking it nice and clean, nice and easy, and Audito just really pushing it as hard as he can to maintain that lead. So he's still in first place with Canadian Maverick in second and Herbie in third. But it is a close race, despite the fact that the distances are so far ahead that you can't see it. Audito just completing the race now, solidifying that first place and scoring all of the points on the board. Herbie taking it easy through the keyhole there, adjusting, ready for the second keyhole, making sure that he takes it nice and smooth, very well controlled, as expected from Herbie, a very, very dedicated, very disciplined racer. Really love to see how he's been progressing in his ship racing from his ground racing. It's really exciting to see. And again, being in the pilot seat, I'm learning a lot from all of these racers, just seeing how they handle their ships, how they manage their velocities, and how they handle zero-G, which is a completely different animal to the atmospheric races.
Yeah, I'm actually definitely learning a lot as well. But, with Canadian Maverick coming into that second place spot, that's going to push Herbie down to rush number 3 for the semifinals. But Herbie does qualify for the semifinals. And I'm going to say it right now, don't fall asleep, because the determination, that Herbie is putting in, especially in racing with all of these incredible racers that have been racing a lot longer than him. I'm going to say he's doing a fantastic job to kind of keep up there. So I think a little bit more practice and adjustments, I think Herbie will be someone to reckon with, not only in ground racing, but also ship racing.
I agree completely. And I just love seeing the narrative of racers who are up and coming and who make a name for themselves. And we've seen it with the rivalries in lots of other events in XGR divisions and in Anzia racing, and of course, across all of the ATMO events as well. And I just love seeing new names come up. So I think it was last year or the year before, I started seeing more and more of Dude 3D, who is a real competitor now. And Audito has been pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And now he's literally top of the majority of the time trial leaderboards this year in StarCitizen. So you get a new character, you get a new leader, you get new battles, you get new rivalries every single event, every single year. And that, to me, is what keeps it exciting. Are there any races that you've enjoyed following and seeing, like, the battles between them or the narrative throughout all the events that ATMO have run?
Before we get into that question, we do have to get back to Tint as we get ready for group number 4. So I will get to that question as soon as we done where we are discussing this. So let's get back to Tint here very, very quickly and discuss these races. But Tint, sorry, I know that took a little longer than what it was because of the CTDs. But welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the races coming up. We saw Ordito, just regardless, doesn't matter the ship, he's going faster than ever. Let's kick it off, of course, with Yadar Valley. And so make sure you hold that question for us here soon, CyberFox. But yeah, let's kick it off with Yadar Valley. What are your thoughts there, Tint?
I thought it was really interesting to see, because Ordito and Maverick were kind of showing us two kind of opposite ends of a spectrum in terms of style of flight on Yadar. We saw Ordito kind of going for a super minimalist approach, really tight, really controlled, basically not rolling when he was not forced to by the track, just keeping it pulled up on one wing for the entire run. And honestly, it's the style that has brought him here in this competition of the super technical racing. Whereas we saw Maverick more with that sort of loosey-goosey, throwing it over on 45s and pushing it with the back strategy that he's brought over from the 350 to the M50. And, it's, like I say, it's just an interesting showcase of the difference in style there. And then Herbie, of course, flat drifting, taking that super restrained line, the mouse and keyboard sort of players tend to prefer, where they're limiting the number of inputs they have to make at one time by controlling those variables. So yeah, overall with Yadar, I think all of them are probably pretty pleased with themselves with the total performance. Um, but I'd of course be curious to kind of know what was in Mav's head when he did crash. Was that uh, you know because of missing the checkpoint and having to loop back around? Was it being out of the flow state, or was it something else that was going on? Because yeah, it seemed odd that he was kind of in the zone and then suddenly he wasn't.
Yeah, that's very very good points there. And or seeing Ardito like you mentioned, take a minimalistic approach. I mean, I feel like that's the same approach he's been taking out throughout the entire last 2 rounds, I would say. It's just super textbooks from him on his side. So Yadar Valley definitely easy masterclass. The way he's actually going up to heaven and coming down, doesn't have to kind of like turn his ship or do anything. He's just like, I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna just come back down, and I'm just gonna control the ship and make sure that my pitch is on par for the next checkpoint, so I can just turn quickly. So super super masterclass from Mordito's side. Any last thoughts, Cyberfox, from you on Yadar Valley from any of these three racers?
Yeah, I think the just to expand on the 45's comment by Tint, because I agree with everything that he says. I would say, the 45's racing style is probably more comfortable. So if you're looking to get into racing, and you're looking to not be super technical and not control just a limited number of axes, that's what you end up doing. And actually, it ends up being quite a lot of fun because you're like spinning the ship around and just sort of throwing it around the corner. So it might be like not just a stylistic choice, not just a competitive choice, but they might just be having a little bit of fun in the way that they're racing. They might just be enjoying themselves, right?
No, I think so too. I think I told also a point that Tint made very well is like I totally forgot that Herbie was in mouse and keyboard. That kind of like registered in my head like that must be hard. And racing at that point and doing pretty well and kind of somewhat keeping up. Only like, I mean, obviously in racing, like 6 seconds is pretty far back, but still doing that well with mouse and keyboard. Hey, full kudos right there. So that's yeah, that kind of registered. I'm like, oh dang, he's still in mouse and keyboard. So, anyways, moving on to Pyro Gateway. Um, yeah, this one, I mean, I believe we saw both Herbie and Ordito kind of, I believe, DNF, while we saw Canadian Maverick finish that first lap, taking the lead there. What were your thoughts on Pyro Jump Gateway here, Tint?
I mean, really, I think a moment of heartbreak for Ordito here. Obviously, he did not need the points, but I'm
Yeah.
sure he would have loved to have a clean sweep. And my honest guess is that this is a guy who's been hitting these time trials over and over again. He's been practicing the tracks over and over again, but missing a checkpoint, losing the flow, is I think what threw him off enough to have him crash into a ring. Um, but up to that point, he was definitely looking like he could be dominant, and it would have been. I mean, hopefully, we'll get to see in this next round of races here with Jelly and Splin the sort of approaches that are possible with the P72 on this track, where with boosting you can keep up on the straights, and then in these back sections, the P72 does have the acceleration that it can really shove itself around these corners. And so, it's possible that if you can maximize the boost, get the straights done at a full 600 meters a second, you might be able to pull it out. But here we also saw, again, Maverick with more of a loose flying style, definitely, I think, a little bit less assured on the track, whereas Herbie was, again, very controlled, I mean, and this is trademark Herbie. This is what we expect from him. He's not going to oversend it. This is the one racer in the game that I can count on to never overspeed. And it's not a knock against him. He's in control. He's calm. He's not panicking, and he is
Yeah.
always executing his line the way he planned to run it. And so, the crash to desktop, unfortunate, but I honestly think he might have had Mav there. The ship difference with the M50 is not a huge gap to fill, and we saw Mav have to go back and get a checkpoint and lose a lot of ground, and that's always dicey, because every time that
I assume,
happens,
yeah.
you've got another huge ray of possibilities for crashing.
No, that's very good points, and I like your point that he almost had Mav there, and I think that I was probably thinking the same thing, but I think they were both overshooting a little bit over the checkpoint still, though. So you know, I think like I mentioned to Cyberfox already, the more I see Pyro Jump Gateway, it's like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, no, no. But Cyberfox, your thoughts on race number 2 for group number 3?
Yeah, I got a few thoughts. I think exactly as Tint was saying, and as I said during the race, it was a bit of a shame to see everybody struggle in that race. But we're seeing in chat an update from Audito. It looks like equipment failure was part responsible for the bad checkpoint as well, saying that his head tracking, he's using a cell phone head tracking that threw him off. And I know what it's like when your head tracking kind of locks and it thinks you're in position, and then you look left and it takes a new center point, for example. It throws you
Oh,
completely
yeah.
off. So it sounds like a bit of equipment failure there. And yeah, just following up with Tint's point, I agree that Herbie is definitely in control with his velocities during Pyro Gateway, whereas Canadian Maverick, as you said, Crucian, was just overshooting just a little bit too much, just a little bit too enthusiastic. Just trying to get through the checkpoints as quickly as possible isn't really the best approach for a 0G track.
Yeah, to kind of mention also, I believe in this new patch, I believe the head tracking, especially for Toby, I think it needs to be updated. But I mean, Toby to me, because I don't think people know about Toby too well, but Toby has like these more equipment that's a higher level that costs like $30,000, and then they have other tracking equipment that costs like $90,000. So for us to get a small little thing that's tracking us from their bigger, equipment that actually does a very good job at tracking us with infrared, especially with camera boost. But I think none of it's because of the new patch. I think they got to update and make everything work properly. I think it's making it definitely a little bit tougher for the racers right now that have any type of head tracking equipment to kind of look forward. So, but anyways, going into Miner's Lament, we saw a little bit more of definitely a much race. We saw a couple missed checkpoints from going too fast. But this kind of set it in stone there for for Canadian Maverick to definitely pass Herbie by a couple points here. But before we get into the results, Tint, what are your thoughts here on Miner's Lament for this group number 3?
And I think this one was another great one of showing off how a lot of people's biggest, struggle with these 0G tracks is overspeeding. And we saw that with Mav a couple times, overshooting checkpoints, overshooting corners, struggling to keep the M50 down kind of where he needed it to hold his lines. Whereas Ordito, even pushing the Archimedes to its absolute limit, was really not in any danger of overspeeding on most of the sort of heavy sections of the course where you're worried about these tight corners that lead into open spaces before a straight. So, it was, I think, a great one to watch in terms of understanding how much speed control really comes into play. And it's also just really cool to see the Archimedes leveraging its acceleration to force the corners,
Yep.
where the other ships are more kind of having to prepare, they're having to pre-turn. And the Archimedes has enough thrust on demand to just say, no, we're going this way now.
Yep.
And Herbie, again, showing off that super controlled flight style, super clean, undramatic, just making sure that he gets that lap in the bag and in a reasonable amount of time. And, like I say, there's always strength in that approach.
Well, I mean, I could have said it any better. Last thoughts here, Cyberfox, before we jump into the results here for race number 3, Miner's Lament.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the missed checkpoint, which looked like it might have been a server mistick or something, because I swear to God, like they just flew straight through the checkpoint and just didn't register, and then had to turn back around. So that was really unfortunate. But yeah, in terms of continuing on Tint's train of thought, and it's something that I sort of have been talking about, is like pilot skill level. And what we're seeing is a balance of learning how to manage the velocities in 0G and how to orient yourself. And that's one level of skill that's quite a high level of skill. But above that, so what comes next, and what I think we're going to see in the next round a lot more as well, is managing the Gs, managing your character, making sure that you don't black out, make sure you don't red out, and just staying on that red line of the most you can get out of your ship, essentially. So how hard can you push it? So there's been quite a nice spread of skill in this event, and I think we're going to end on this next round with some very, very skilled racers who are going to show us exactly what different elements of the game they're battling with to complete Miner's Lament.
Yeah, I totally agree. I believe for this next one, we're only going to have 2 racers. We're going to have Jellyhead Made and Splen for going into group number 4. I think Slum couldn't make it, but that's okay. We still got 2 very incredible racers who are going to be showing off and trying to hopefully move on into the next round here. But before I jump into that, right, I'm going to talk about the question you had for me, Cyberfox, because I really wanted to answer it. And if there's anybody that I've been following since EA54, and believe it or not, I'm actually a little bit sad because the people that we had at EA54 are not actually I mean, Tent was in there, but he's an analyst here. Jacketin was in there, an analyst. NeoJet is probably the most interesting one, but I love NeoJet. I love his spirit, his energy of racing, being in person, feeling like he's 2 years old again is absolutely incredible to watch. But there's no playing Fox here with us. There's no Speedweed, no Lord Uton. Maybe it's scheduling conflicts, no problem. But there's so many great racers out there that I feel like we haven't even touched yet with Gravity Rush. And maybe because, it's taking place during the summer, I'm not sure. But I would love to see more of these racers that are, considered some of the top racers, or whether they're on the leaderboard, to really come out and try their luck here at Gravity Rush and take the risk, right? Maybe people don't like that it's only one crash and they get no respawns. But hey, this is what a real race looks like, right? This is what, if you want that F1 vibe where if they crash out, you don't come back to race, that's it makes you think about those risks. So, to answer your point is that I want to see all these people that, that we put on the pedestal at EF54 to put them on the big screen for the first time, to really come out and try something online and try racing here with us in during Gravity Rush, because honestly we want this to be the place where we get serious competition, where we get those tight 6 racers going at it the entire time. We want to see butt clinching racing at high speeds in every turn. So hopefully that answers your question.
Absolutely does. And I just have to, repeat your sentiment as well. Just seeing all of these names together is the most exciting thing. And the more names we can get, the better it is for everybody, for the racers who are competing with each other, for the commentators who got great racing to commentate on, and for the viewers to watch all the excitement as well.
All right, well, let's take a look at group number 3 results. Final results here to see who's going to move on into the semifinals. But it looks like we got Ordito with 32 points, Canadian Maverick with 22, overtaking Herbie for that second place spot, moving on to Rush 2 during the semifinals. And then Herbie, of course, earning that third place spot with 20 points. Very close, man. Very, very close. Going into our semifinals with, unfortunately, Shipko and White Rice. Much respect to you guys for coming and joining us to race during Gravity Rush. Really appreciate you guys, but they're going to be eliminated going into the semifinals. But hey, there's always next year. We'd love to see you guys back. Continue practicing, continue racing, and we'll hope to see you back. But yeah, guys, that's group number 3 going into group number 4. I think we're about ready to go. But any thoughts on this placements, either from Tint or Cyberfox currently for group number 3?
I can jump in very quickly just to sort of reiterate my point going in, that there was only 2 points between Canadian Maverick and Herbie going into this. And I said it was all to play for, and there's still only 2 points between them. So, just congrats and props to them for very consistent racing. That's what a fantastic result.
Yep. There's definitely only 2 points there. Tint, any last thoughts on group number 3 here?
I'm excited to see if Herbie can claw his way out of the third rush here. But, it really, there's no telling. It's going to be a wild ride no matter what we do.
Yeah, I think so. All right, well, we got group number 4 coming up here. Again, we got, I believe it's going to be Jelly Handmade and Splen, which I'm very excited about. Tint, we'll be right back here shortly with your analysis here on this last group of the day. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. Back to Yadar Valley, our last group of the day. Our last group. We're going to knock this out here very quickly. I think our teams are ready to go. I believe lobbies are being launched, but yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see this last group, whether it's only 2 racers or not. There are 2 very interesting racers, Cyberfox.
Yeah, and you know what it's like. Real life gets in the way sometimes. So having a head versus, head v head is not a bad result, really, especially considering the caliber of the racers that are going to be taking part in this round. And if you remember, in this last round, we saw a really spectacular showcase of skill from Splen as well, putting the ship to the bleeding edge and really throwing the ship around the corners, like forcing the G's through his character, redding out, blacking out, still making the checkpoints. Unfortunately, having a little bit of an upset and a little bit of a crash while trying to keep up with the snub ship flown by Jellyhead Maid. So I don't know if we're going to see a repeat of that, but what I do know is we're going to see the best racers doing what they are best at.
That is right. Looking forward to this. I remember watching Splen race this in the Aurora. So now, with M50 in hand, I believe it's going to be even more interesting. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some red outs, some blackouts, some black and blues. Well, whatever colors his ship's about to bring as he speeds through Yadar Valley in this first track.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as well to try and see which lines they take, whether or not there's going to be any overtaking opportunities. We know that the snub ship is going to get a little bit of an advantage in this race, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be a line that Splen finds to overtake, especially given the skill level that we're at. And just like any fraction, any small little mistake could amplify its own magnitude and cost anyone here the race. It's not an easy track to learn. There's long straights, there's hairpins into a chicane, and it's brutal to learn until you understand it. You've got to manage your speed, you've got to manage your throttle, you've got to find all the turning points until it all makes sense. And it's a beautiful track as well. It's one of the fastest tracks because of the thin atmosphere, and like any ship feels fast here, which is why Auroras were a fun ship to watch. So if you're in the audience and you're watching and you're thinking about racing Yadar Valley, you don't need to be in a Razor or an M50 or a snub ship to do this. Pick up an Aurora, learn it, practice it, try and survive, try and make sure that you do a lap unscathed and without crashing. And then move up to the faster ships would be my advice. Crucian, you've seen a lot of racing, you've seen a lot of racers. Do you have any advice on how these veterans do it? Do you have any advice on how amateurs could get into racing, whether that be with ships or with ground vehicles, and just make the most of the game that sometimes can be challenging at times?
I think this goes, this is something that goes across all of esports, and just repetition, putting in your reps, doing the same thing over and over, and making it your muscle memory. Whether it's a turn, whether it's a shot, whether it's a battle, it's just repetition. In my opinion, I think that's going to be your repetition is going to be your best friend in order for you to get better. Right? A couple hours of the day to kind of continue to build on that muscle memory, especially for some of these racers, is just going to be your best friend. And I'm not going to say you have to put in 10 hours a day. That's not what it is. Just continue practicing and continue improving. And it's always good to have like, our community is so fun because when somebody says something in general and they need help, you have somebody like Sanji Sama or somebody like Herbie or somebody like Ricky Ticky. Oh yeah, I'll help you. I'll jump in there with you. There's always people looking for things to do throughout the day, and people are always so helpful, especially within StarCitizen.
Yeah, I agree. And in terms of the level of practice that you need, you don't need to do it too much. You don't need to overcook it. It looks like they've got 1 minute to start. But yeah, that repetition that you were talking about, Arena Commander, you can practice in online and offline mode. So you don't need to be intimidated by a full pack of racers while you're practicing. You could do it offline. It's nice and simple. It's nice and easy. And you can grind some rec to rent some ships by doing some of the built-in Arena Commander modes as well. And you can also check out Jackadin's YouTube channel as well. He's a great great teacher, and there are many of the veteran racers who are teachers who bring people under their wing, literally and figuratively, to get into StarCitizen racing. So if you're interested, if you like the look of this, if this looks fun, then yeah, you should definitely give it a go. And we're going to do a 5-second countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we're kicking it off here with some action cams. We see Splen taking all the speed through, going right over the geometry, as you guys want to say it. And look at that overtake from Jellyhead made, and we're seeing Splen. I think that might be a CTD, and that might be a red flag, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's a blackout.
Yeah, I don't think he blacked out there. That was very, very close racing. Splen using the 45s approach, and Jellyhead made more of the roll and pitch. I'm not sure if we're going to get a red flag. I'm not sure if Splen's feed has just gone down and they're still possibly... Yeah, it looks like a red flag. You were right. So we're going to reset, reform the lobby, and restart that race.
Yeah, there we go. I figured most, you know, everybody's been saying, especially some of our PvP are saying that there's been a lot more crash of desktops for Arena Commander lately, but that's okay. I believe, you know, there's I always believe in the CIG team working always diligently to help make, you know, our bad experience hopefully a better one in the upcoming days, especially with what the current state of the game is.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's just something that we're all used to, and you know, it's quite easy to get back into a lobby, get a party up, and get Arena Commander up and running, so it won't be too much of a delay. And the fact of the matter is, as well, is like this is a really strong community, and people, you know, they're there for each other, even if it does take a little bit longer sometimes. I've certainly been rescued on a planet where I've had a glitch or something happen to my ship, and I've just been stranded somewhere and somebody's come and rescued me. So, you know, we all help each other out. We all face these issues. And yeah, it's kind of like par for the course for StarCitizen in alpha.
Hey, we got to give a shout out to Quantum Jump Medical, who has been helping ATMO Esports for I think 4 or 5 years now. So shout out to them. They are our, you know, medical team, and they don't just help us with medical. They also help us with most of our events as well. So we got to show them some love.
Yeah, I think that, you know, people sometimes think that orgs are a negative thing. I think they're absolutely fantastic. I think orgs are just another way to say the word community, right? They're a community of players who are interested in medical gameplay. There's a community of players like us who are interested in racing gameplay. And there's, you know, a community of players for everything and anything in this game, really. So, you know, if you're interested in racing, try and find yourself either in the ATMO Discord or in another racing league Discord. There's lots of events going on as well. I was speaking to Jellyhead Maid and Splen, and recently Jellyhead Maid won the 24-hour Crux Cup. I say recently, it's one of his proudest moments he was talking about. And Splen has won the XGR Stanton Cup as well. So lots of events going along, lots of orgs doing lots of fun activities in the verse. So if you're a medical player, if you're a racer, there's always something for you in this game.
Yep, 100%. I've been wanting to do a minor tournament for so long as well, but you know that we never have time because every time we don't have an event, we always have some type of downtime happening. But sooner or later, I'm gonna have to work on putting that all together for us and do some fun mining tournaments for the mining community out there who's really passionate about that.
Yeah, that sounds fun. And it's similar like Anzia Racing. They do a lot of like mixed events like combat and racing as well, which I find quite interesting. Looks like we've got the 10-second start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're back off once again here. You got Jellyhead beating in the Archimedes, while you have Splen in the M50 this time around in Yadar Valley. Over the geometry, they're both very, very close to each other, neck on neck. There we go. You see Splen taking over right in front of that turn, and Jellyhead Bay just, trying to keep up as fast as possible here.
Yeah, this is an incredible start. We've seen Splen sort of take the first rounds, the first like as a little bit of a practice, and get a head start with the M50 and keeping the pace ahead of Jellyhead Maid. Jellyhead Maid pushing the G's, pulling that ship through the checkpoints, through the slalom there, throwing it around, making sure that he keeps his thrust on the mains and his nose pointed in the direction that he wants to go to. But he's just, oh, is he just overtaken Splen? It looks like there was a small overtake there. And yeah, it looks like Splen has maybe made a little bit of a mistake because he's a little bit further behind. I didn't see that overtake happen. That must have happened so quickly. Jellyhead Maid now in the lead with Splen coming around Drifter's hideout over the geometry and now has to catch up to Jellyhead Maid. What an exciting start to this race.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, any little mistake that Jellyhead makes, he needs to be on point with every single turn, every single hairpin, every single apex, because if not, Splen will catch up. And by the way, I think Splen was saying, or somebody told me that Splen is not racing from home. He's apparently in a different country or something, but still doing a very great job at doing his best to keep up here and actually just flying test book here with that drift. Here we go, M50 style. Looking good so far here. Cyberfox.
Yeah, and I just got a note to say that it looked like Splen had a little missed checkpoint on lap 1. So the ultimate racer always goes back and fills in those checkpoints. So yeah, just really props to him for racing professionally as he does. Now the points going into this race as well. I mean, this is a beautiful showcase of skill already. Like, he's on the edge, really pushing it this lap. I think he's going faster this lap than he was in lap 1. But yeah, I was going to say the points. Jellyhead made 23 points and Splen on 18, so Splen does need to catch up in these next 2 races. But really fantastic to be sat in the pilot seat along with one of the best pilots in the verse here.
There we go, going down to rock bottom, going through here in the slalom. And Splen just trying to push it and trying to catch up. But I think Jellyhead made just really doing a good job at keeping it steady and, you know, not going to give any error whatsoever against Splen here. And that completes his lap, and they're both all done. Not even a second apart, I believe, for their fastest lap, which is crazy.
Yeah, it just goes to show the caliber of the races. And this I'm expecting we will see more of in the next 2 rounds as well. Just both racers pushing their ship to the absolute limits. Yeah, like you said, 53.6 and 55.4 in the fastest lap there. So very, very close with a time of just 10 seconds between them. If I was racing this race, right, I would be 10 seconds behind them, more than that, for having not missed a checkpoint, right? So the fact that the fact that Splen had a little bit of an issue and managed to stay 10 seconds behind consistently is just amazing.
Yeah, that's still pretty good. And missing an entire checkpoint is not something to really take lightly whatsoever. So I mean, it's a big deal. I mean, you know, taking that 10 seconds there. But let's see. I mean, we're in 0G now, right? So you got Jellyhead made in the Archimedes and the P72. So this could be, once Splen doesn't really, you know, once he can push it and keep up, I believe these next 2 races should easily be Splen's in Splen's favor in that M50.
Yeah, I agree that the favor is definitely with Splen and the ball's definitely in his court. However, we saw Audito really pushing the limits in the snub ship as well just recently. So it could be that Jellyhead Maid can keep the pressure on, and if he can keep the pressure on, maybe he can force, a fault like we saw in Yada Valley. Jellyhead Maid has 27 points and Splen in 21 after that first track. So there's 6 points between them, all still to play for, all still to fly for in moving up to the rushes as well.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean, you know, I think at this point with that win from Jellyhead, he, you know, with him being 5 points ahead, I don't think Splen can come out, but that still puts Splen in rush number 2, which I think is still a good spot for him to be able to kind of overtake and get onto that first place spot when it comes to the semifinals and hopefully qualify for the finals. So Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Pyro Jump Point here, though. Not my favorite race of honestly the series so far here in Gravity Rush, but still very interesting to watch. But I think this one is just I'm just confused all the time when I see it. I'm like, yes, you follow the checkpoints, I get it, but at the same time, it's like you're going up, down, left, right, you're going straight. It's definitely an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I agree. It is one of the hardest tracks to learn, and obviously one of the longest tracks, which is why we're keeping it to 2 laps for this event. And on paper, it's interesting. Obviously, with the long straight going into the slalom before opening back out. And yeah, I spoke about it before. I think the confusing element in its design is because it is based around a flight model that doesn't really cater to racing. So the switch between master modes, between SCM and nav mode, didn't really play out with this track as it was designed for. And I feel like when quantum boosting comes in, that might be another added degree of complexity that we're going to see in the flight model coming up. Now, I feel like we're going to see a real head-to-head in the first few turns, and then we're going to see a lap where somebody just takes the lead and extends that lead. I'm not sure that's how it's going to play out, but that's my prediction. Do you have any predictions for how this race might run, Crucian?
I think my prediction is that you're gonna see Splen kind of push forward quite a bit and kind of maybe overshoot a checkpoint where it might give Jelly Headmaid the advantage to kind of catch up. But that's my only prediction that I can currently feel feel comfortable saying. But I do want to see Splen kind of take the next 2 matches to see what type of I guess final points they come up to if he's even if he even comes close to moving up into the rush by winning these next 2 races. So
yeah, that's a fair comment, and the speed of this track as well. The time trial top times, the world record, I think, or one of maybe it's the world record. I can't remember off the top of my head. But Baltok's got a 1 minute 13 lap time 3 months ago in the M50, and the M50 is really tuned to this type of track, I feel. So it is really about that velocity management, the deceleration. The ability to try and not overshoot, as you say. So I do anticipate that Splen will be setting a good track time here in the M50. But yeah, just having to manage all of those, all of those complexities to make sure that he stays ahead.
all right, here we go. I believe we're going to get a countdown going, and we're going to see how this one plays out here. We see Splen versus Jelly Headmaid, and see how this turns out. I really want to see somebody, take on this course in
3,
not full speed,
2,
but
1, go! Sorry to interrupt you there, Crucian, but I saw the countdown happening, and we're off for a very, very fast start. It looks like Splen has taken that early lead, and he's going sideways, getting ready to thrust his ship around the first slalom corners, coming here to the left. It's a nice wide turn to begin with 3 checkpoints in a wide frame, bringing his TVI, that velocity indicator, that little symbol that you can see over the checkpoint, over to the narrow entrance, and swinging his main thrusters around to control that really expertly.
that's absolutely phenomenal. Just phenomenal overall. I think this is the fastest I've seen somebody kind of go through these gates in Pyro Gateway, making it feel like it's a lot easier than what it looks like. But man, very excited to see how Splen is taking these lines here.
Yeah, and we got this slower part of the track that was designed for SCM speed, and Splen carrying a lot of speed through that first corner, over 300 meters per second, and accelerating, avoiding all of the geometry, avoiding all of the station, doing it nice and clean, and really timing his thrust as well, timing his boost, turning the ship, and just controlling those the angle that he's pushing his ship in.
It's honestly so well done how Splen is just taking these corners and these checkpoints. And just the overall control. Look at that pitch there, adjusting there so he doesn't hit into the checkpoint. Very cleanly, very well done. And remember, these are going to be 2 laps here in Pyro Gateway here, and now he's back on the straight line. Honestly, this is the most exciting I've seen this track being raced so far today, Cyberfox.
Yeah, and Jellyhead Main's got his work cut out for him on this race. The way that I think Splen is tackling this is really interesting because he's in decoupled mode. He's carrying that speed all the way through and only pushing the throttle like when he wants to. You can hear the boosts, like what's the word? Like he's tapping it, and you can see the ship moving around, and almost to the point where he's thrusting not late, but just later than you would expect to. So you see the ship turn, you wait for the checkpoint to be in the right position, and then you see Splen thrust. And I think that timing is something we haven't really seen much of demonstrated before. Usually we've seen drifts, we've seen a lot of 45s, but that timing of the thrusting is really impressive to see.
Yes, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but Splen is so far ahead, doing a good job at just, putting that ship in such a good position, using the boost as you're mentioning, perfect control. I'm honestly highly impressed here. Cyberfox is absolutely. I don't even want to call it textbooks because I can't do this.
Yeah, it really is a masterclass, and like you say, sort of a textbook example of how zero-G racing can be done. It's funny because there's not a huge flow in this race compared to Miner's Lament, but Splen is just knitting through as if there is a brilliant flow to it. Like, he's just found a line that works. He's found that he can drift through these narrow checkpoints and still come out of it. Like, he's learned it like the back of his hand. It's just fantastic, really. Jellyhead Made as well. I know we're focusing on Splen, but is putting on a really good show, using similar techniques, but fighting the ship a little bit more, even though the snub ship has more nose authority.
Yep, right now, I mean, putting on a clinic so far ahead from Jellyhead. Jellyhead is still, obviously, we knew the P72 Archimedes, definitely struggling to keep up in zero-G, but man, Splen was so far ahead, and Jellyhead Made about to hit up that finish line, but what a play here. Wow, that was actually so fun to watch. That's been the funnest POV I've seen all day. And there it is, 207, while Splendid, I think it was a 138, if we can see the results really quickly. But man, what a race to watch. That was actually fun. Oh, 149, so a full 20 seconds ahead right there. Cyberfox, that's a massive lead when it comes to racing.
Yeah, and you could see as well that last checkpoint or two Jellyhead Made just overshot a little bit as well. So he was really fighting to keep up with Splen, even for that 20-second gap. So it's just impressive from both these racers. It looks like they're getting into the lobby ready for Miner's Lament. Now, Miner's Lament has a lot more corners, a lot more complexity compared to Pyro Gateway in terms of just how detailed it is, how granular you have to position yourself. It's not quite as many long straights, not quite as much time between the checkpoints as well, so you got to move around a lot more quickly. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of what we've just seen in Pyro Gateway jump point racetrack. I think the techniques here are going to be slightly different. The discipline is going to be different, and the race style is going to be different.
I was gonna mention I agree with that. But man, seeing that's yeah. I could say Pyro Gateway was by far my favorite one of the day. So, but let's see how this turns out, because remember, even though the P72 it is a lot slower in zero-G, depending on how Splen is racing this, because honestly, you never know how he's going to be racing this. Still could lead to a very good lead if he can keep up and make sure, those tight corners or keyholes or anything doesn't mess with, with how he's racing his ship.
Yeah, and this is a race that I think used to be most fun with the Fury LX. The sort of drifty style of that ship played really well with Zero G because it had a lot of control using the articulated engines that it has. Splen put down a 1 minute 26 in the Fury LX for this track 1 year ago. Audito's record is 1 minute 20 9 months ago, and the world record is 1 minute 16 3 months ago. So Splen a year ago putting down a time that is only 10 seconds behind the current world time just shows how well he knows this track. Jelly Headmaid, on the other hand, I had a chat with him before the event, and he really dislikes these zero G tracks. So it'll be interesting to see, has he put in the practice? Has he put in the time to compete with Splen on this one? Or has he just gone, you know what, I'm not going to do great. I'm going to put all my effort into the ATMO tracks, and I'll just take Miner's Lament how it comes.
Yep. All right. I believe we're about to get ready. Racers are ready. We're going to get our countdown underway, and this is going to be the last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure if you guys are watching from home, thank you guys so much for tuning in here into Gravity Rush round number 3, because the semifinals are coming up, and in a couple of more weeks, and then we're going to crown your top 3 here shortly after that, within a month from now. So very excited for that. Let's see how Splen takes on Miner's Lament, and how Jelly Headmaid is going to hopefully, try to keep up or make it a little bit tighter here. I'm pretty sure our action cameras are getting that first view of racing. Them might as well try themselves,
Yeah, I think the action cameras have got to try and keep up with these two. Maybe one will follow Splen, maybe one will follow Jelly Headmaid, and we'll see what happens. And being an action camera, you got to do the race kind of, but also you got to not crash. So it's going to be fun to watch the action cameras alongside this track as well, I believe, especially with all the debris. Right, we're about to do a countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we
Splen
go.
taking a massive early lead. Jelly Headmaid just behind him. But it looks like the lead is increasing, if I am interpreting this correctly. It doesn't look like he's getting any closer for sure. It looks like that's getting smaller.
Yeah, it looks like Splen is taking off way into already the next 2 checkpoints, while Jellyhead is trying to keep up there. But like you mentioned, right, like, there is just not much boost here for that. But Splen almost blacking out, trying to just, keep in that line and boosting as much as he can. But Miner's Lament, I mean, he's looking pretty good there, CyberFox.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the action cameras were taken out as well, which is really funny, because on the right we can see we're on checkpoint 13, and I thought I saw someone's name there as well, just dropping out of the race. Going through the keyhole, got to turn right, got to position yourself, slow down, decelerate, line up the TVI, which is the target velocity indicator, and make sure that you are smooth for this now square checkpoint. You can see that Splen is using his head tracking, and honestly, actually, a similar technique to what we saw in Pyro Stanton Gateway racetrack a moment ago, where he's timing his boost, he's timing his acceleration in the direction that he needs to go, and just holding it there and drifting, using that decoupled mode to his advantage to stay as steady as possible. Really, again, a masterclass and a textbook in how to fly in zero G with a 1 minute 44 second lap time.
Yeah, he's doing a great job at using that, like you mentioned, same technique, but it's working out so well. Especially, now that he's not in a comfortable setup at home, I think it's best for him to just kind of like stick to what is currently working, especially in these zero G tracks. So that way, he can, land the maximum points there, and hopefully once he's, back in his comfortable setup, he can get back to, going at full speed, full throttle, even though he's doing a great job at managing the boost here as he takes those, those turns and drifts.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Jellyhead Maid here cutting really close to the asteroids. And you got to be careful because there's some hidden debris and hidden bits and pieces that are very easy to hit. So cutting it close to the edges of these checkpoints and this geometry is a bit risky for Jellyhead Maid, I feel. You should be aiming as close to the center as possible if I were him to try and survive this, because he knows that all he has to do is survive to get points on the board. Splen again showing us that you can use your head tracking to your advantage. This honestly is just almost relaxing to watch, isn't it? It's just one of those things where you're like a passenger in a very skilled pilot's ship and you feel safe, you feel comfortable, you feel relaxed. But if this was me, you would be feeling something very, very different if I was in the pilot seat right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Funny you're saying that it's like you're in the passenger seat. This reminds me of when I used to be in the Navy. They used to have Fleet Week where they would put us in the seats of NASCAR racers in the passenger side, and they would just go around the track and drift and go fast, and it was honestly a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be great if you can if we could do some like races with the 85X with the dual seaters. That'd be fun as well, having somebody train you by taking you along. It looks like Splen has completed the race, and Jellyhead Maid is just on checkpoint 21 of 22. Yeah, and now finishing just a few seconds behind him. Really excellent and very experienced racers here, giving us a good show today.
Yeah, very well done to our last group and our last two racers. But let's take it back to see what our Tint's last thought here. I want to get in his brain to see how he felt about just Splend racing overall. But man, what a race overall. Everybody that's watching, thank you guys again so much for tuning in. I'm very excited, to be honest, here, because not only we're done, but we have our semifinalists, honestly, for our semifinal race coming up in 2 weeks. But before we talk about the rest of the results, Tint, what do you got for us here for these incredible two racers? We got Jellyhead Maid and Splen. Let's kick it off with Yadar Valley.
Yadar Valley was wild, and it's everything I wanted from that matchup. We got to see two overtakes in the first 20 seconds of a race.
Yep.
In a race with two racers. Like, that's you don't get that. It's absolutely beautiful, and we got to really see the difference between how these two ships handle a track like this showed off there, where Splen was coming in at a much higher velocity. He was able to boost it around with the hairpin with a full turn and burn, and he was overtaking going in Jellyhead Maid, who was able to make that corner much more tightly because of the higher thrust that the Archimedes can bring to bear. But then the M50 again squeaking right past him on the way out. Absolutely beautiful. And we saw Jelly flying in that same sort of style as Ardito, keeping it up on the wing, keeping it very tight, very controlled.
Yep.
Whereas we saw Splen in that super fluid, super intuitive style of flying. It's absolutely what I want to see from him, and it's so great to see it on full display.
Did we ever find? I don't think I saw it in the replay, but did we ever figure out which checkpoint he actually missed in Yadar Valley? Because that's the only reason he was behind those 10 seconds. Is he actually, maybe it was because of going too fast, where we had that checkpoint bug, I guess, that sometimes happens. But it to me, it looked like he didn't miss any checkpoints, unless he just flew a little bit too wide or too over.
And really, there's no way you can miss a checkpoint and not lose at least 5 seconds. And so, I think the real shame here is, of course, that with that final race distance being 10 seconds, they would have been right on top of each other the whole way through without it.
Gotcha. Okay. Cyber Fox, any thoughts on Yadar Valley and seeing these two just race to the max?
I mean, it's just put a big grin on my face. It's exactly as Tint is saying. You come to racing, especially in first-person perspective, for those close passes, to see cinematically those ships come above and around and below each other. And yeah, to have that with two racers on the track is so rare, but just speaks to how disciplined and how expert these racers are. And honestly, as well, it sounds like it sounds like I'm going to be contradicting myself here. But the lack of drama, I think, in the flying style for this round is actually just goes to show the expert level that they're at. Right? It's just the fact that it's undramatic, that you know that you're seeing something amazing.
No, I mean, I totally agree with you. I totally agree there. I think the last two zero G races, what we'll get into here in a second, were absolutely magnificent as well. But any final thoughts on Yadar Valentin?
Like I say, so Splin did confirm he missed one of the gates in the slalom, and like I say, I know that cost him at least 5 seconds on
Ah,
the loop around.
got it.
So yeah, I really would have been just absolutely down to the wire.
Yeah, yeah. That I think that would have been the entire way. So, but yeah, that was definitely a bummer to miss that gate in the slalom. But anyways, going into race number 2, Pyro Gateway, where honestly, this was the most interesting POV that I've seen for the day. Not saying that the other races are boring. I'm just saying that Splen made the track look more fun and interesting than what I've seen throughout the day. And the others just couldn't really grab me in, but that the way he was racing it, that grabbed me in. But let's get your thoughts there, Tim.
And like I said, this is really the home field advantage for Splin. He's in the right ship for it. He's, as he said in the chat, he's the zero G racer. He was born in it, molded by it. It is who he is.
Yep.
He was also pulling out all of the fun tricks on this one. I was not expecting anybody in the entirety of this series to use the SCM toggle on Pyro Gateway, but Splin did both laps as he was coming into the latter half of the twisty section. Popped the SCM mode on, slowed himself down, had a more controlled run at the sort of checkpoints. I think it's roughly 17 through 24, and then was slotting back into nav mode before he got to the straight. Absolutely fantastic use of that mechanic. And we saw him, as y'all were talking about during the race, just very clinically pushing the TVI from one checkpoint to the next. And the real skill here that I think a lot of people might miss is in the not adding too much speed as he's doing so. Being super controlled about the directionality of the throttle inputs, the timing of the throttle inputs, to make sure that every time he changes the direction the vector is pointed to get it onto the next checkpoint, he's not also adding unnecessary speed that he can't then deal with. Now, Jelly, I think, on this one was also absolutely amazing. Jelly was our fastest Archimedes time on Pyro Gateway today.
Yep.
Not only that, he was our third fastest time for the entire day. The only people who went faster than Jelly today on Pyro Gateway were Splinin and Jetty.
Yep.
So even with the limitations of the Archimedes, he was in there pulsing the boost, being super controlled, using the ship to his full advantage. We saw him pushing around some corners really tightly. Absolutely beautiful display of racing.
I was good thing you mentioned that, because I did notice that as soon as I kept looking at the times on our sheet. So very, very good mention of that. But that's actually very impressive. But it feels like I don't want to say it, but it feels like as if once you know the ship, like yes, the Origin M50, yes, the Razor's gonna have a better time on there, but it looks like Jellyhead Made was only behind a few seconds, to be honest. And not too far off. So any little mistake, it could have been him catching up to Splen at any moment in time. So, but obviously, no way in hell he was making a mistake in these zero G ones. So, but anyways, any thoughts from you here on Pyro Gateway for race number 2 for both Splen and Jellyhead Made Cyberfox?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see any overspeeding until the very end checkpoint with Jellyhead Made, which I think just stands as testament to how hard he was pushing it. That right at the end, that was the slight slip up that we saw that, he just kept up the whole way. So really props there. Really fantastic. And then in terms of the controlled run, in terms of being clinical, as Tint was saying, I think it's not just about adding extra velocity in the like controlling the things that you don't do in order to get a good run. It's also about not adding extra axes, right? It's about pushing in the precise direction that you need to push and making sure that you don't accidentally like twist your joystick and then add in an extra slight bit of roll that throws you off, or a slight bit of strafe that throws you off. That really clinical use of just the degree of which you're pointing your ship, I think, was a real masterclass from Splend. I've said it over and over and over again for this track, but it was really fantastic to watch and really great to ride along in POV with him as well.
Yeah, it's always fun, like you mentioned, like, I mean, they need to make it racing ship with, have a couple people in there, so that way everybody can get that toga run, that toga run that they talk about in Japan is what I'll call it here. But all right, well, going into Miners Lament, our last race, where we saw Splend pretty much doing the same thing, doing a great job, and really pushing it as fast as possible. But yeah, Miners Lament. What are your thoughts there, Tint, once again, for this final race?
It's for a man who doesn't like zero G racing. I'm gonna give. I mean, Jelly clearly likes winning more than he dislikes zero G, because he was absolutely on a full press here. He was keeping the pace. We saw him come in at, again, number 4 on the day. Super
Yep.
clean time. But Splin, again, in his element, absolutely unstoppable. Just super clean, super controlled. Um, the micro application, it was so easy to miss on the keyhole of SCM mode, where again he was using it for that advanced braking, but he was dropping into it for such a short amount of time that his HUD never even really changed. We just saw the drive ping pop and then the spooling bar immediately come back up in nav mode. Um, Absolutely just using every resource he had available to him. I'm also curious. He mentioned he's not in his usual home setup. I'm very curious about the head tracking. If he's just using the pilot look ahead, if he was using a thumbstick, if he was using the webcam head tracking, because he definitely was looking around corners and using that to full effect.
Yep.
And that's again what he's used to doing. But this was definitely not the sort of very loose flicking back and forth style that I'm used to seeing from his POVs with head tracking. So, clearly he's found out something that works. There we go.
Yeah.
CIG's faceware head tracking. There it is. He said it in the chat. So, yeah, I mean, little bit of head tracking goes a long way, and you don't have to be, pushing everything to the absolute limit with it, but just having the ability to see where you're going
Going.
at all
Yeah.
times is, it's you can't live without it. Zero G racing, you need it.
Yeah, you just saw in that replay too. You saw production kind of slowing it down a little bit as he switched from SCM to nav mode, or nav mode to SCM. As he goes through that keyhole to kind of slow it down a little bit. So definitely something that I would not be able to do whatsoever. That's something that definitely needs to be practiced quite a bit. But CyberFox, your last thoughts on this last race here for group number 4, Miners Lament.
I mean, I think the big headline at the moment is both of them survived, right? They were pushing it really hard through all 3 tracks. We've seen so many DNFs, especially in these low G tracks, and in the zero G tracks, not low G tracks, and both of them survived. Like that is just like hats off to them for me. That's just absolutely amazing to have seen. And I would say that the moment for me that I think shows the different level and the different class of racer is the keyhole to keyhole corner. It's going through one and then lining yourself up. It takes forward planning to position your ship, to get your main thrusters in the right position, to push that ship in the right direction, to get in and out of that second keyhole correctly. I think that is what I've struggled with on that track. But to see it done so easily by these racers and them both survive, yeah, props to both of them. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. I did ask this question to CyberFox Tint. I want to ask you this one. Us going into the semifinals here, in roughly around 2 weeks, what are your thoughts, or what I guess combination of racers is going to get you more excited to watch? Because I know, like, we can see, both Shaq New Jellyhead and Splen and one entire, and Ordito in one entire group, but what is your combination of racers that is going to get you excited to watch race coming up into the semifinals?
I think there's 2 sets of racers that I really want to see go up against each other, and One is I want to see the groups of old school racers battling amongst themselves. And yeah, the cat, he's
It's
real
fine.
angry. Um, yeah, I want to see the old school racers going head to head. I want to see Ninjetti versus Splin and Splin versus Shaqnu, and I want to
Wow.
see those old pros absolutely taking it out on each other. And I want to see the young guys do the same thing. And it's gonna be, I think, really interesting to see the sum total of new school versus old school approach to a lot of this racing. Getting to see kind of on average what the differences are, as opposed to just seeing these sort of one at a time examples where we've kind of had them
Yeah.
pretty evenly spread out amongst the groups. Um, so yeah, it's real hard to say what's going to happen because I think there's about 7 racers that I expect to be filling those 6 slots in the final group. My heart goes out to whichever one doesn't make it, but I also know they're all going to put on a show.
Yep, I'm probably thinking the same thing in my head too. Definitely there's a six that I want to see in the finals, but I'm not gonna talk about that until the semifinals time. And with that being said, that's gonna conclude our group stage here for Gravity Rush, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at our final results for group number 4 going into the semifinals here. That's going to be happening in a couple of weeks from now. So it's going to be August 9th where we're going to be seeing the semifinals take place. So, but yeah, like you guys mentioned, Yadar Valley, 53 seconds for fastest lap here for Jellyhead made Splen and Splen again for Power Gamer and Miners Lament and 149 and 140. But points wise, Jellyhead made still taking the lead there at 33 points, Splen with 29, Slum at 5, and Henchman 0 at 1. So even though Slum didn't race today, he's still going to be able to qualify and move forward going into the semifinals here in that rush number 3. But remember, being in that rush number 3 is going to make it easier for you to get eliminated and not move on to the finals. But Slum still has that chance to come out and show out. So, but I mean, I don't suggest. I don't think any of this surprises both of you, huh?
For me, I think what I'm looking forward to is the switches and changes in the rushes. So we're looking at the points accumulated now, but it's all to play for in this format, as I said earlier, and I think it's still all to play for. Even seeing the points, I don't think it matters too much how far ahead people are, because anybody can come up in the rushes, anybody can battle their way up. And I think Splen and Jellyhead made, we're expecting to see them at the top given the performance today. But I'm also expecting to see some wild cards, shall we say, making their name known in the universe of StarCitizen Racing.
Yep, I totally agree. I mean, Group One, I think very, very strong and very, very capable. Group One with some of the highest points of the entire all 4 groups, 29, 24, and 23. They definitely battle it out back and forth, but so I'm definitely looking forward to it to see which one comes out on top. But yeah, I'll leave the floor to you, Tint. Any last words just in general for racing today, or anything that you're looking forward to in Gravity Rush in the upcoming semifinals or finals?
I think I wasn't necessarily expecting it with the zero G tracks, but getting to see all of the different groups and the skills on display today really just drives home for me what I love about this game is that people always have the chance to excel and build their skills out. We saw a lot of practice come through today, and I hope to
Yep.
see that coming through even stronger in the semifinals. I hope we see everybody on the grind. It's one of those fun things you get to see as a racer where you're out in the verse just tooling around and you see somebody racing a track in game. And if I fly through Orson and I don't see one of these guys in the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna be a little bummed.
That's true. Any last thoughts or words that you want to give out here, Cyberfox?
Yeah, I mean, I just love to see the level of practice and dedication, as Tint has said. So just mirroring that comment, and also just seeing racers survive. I've got to call it out for just clean racing is just exciting to see.
Yeah, this is going to get me going into Arena Commander here shortly once I get my keybinds back and ready for the new patch. But Anyways, this is going to be it for our broadcast today. Thank you guys all so much for coming in, cheering for your favorite racers. A big shout out to every single racer who's been racing throughout Gravity Rush, whether you're round 1, 2, or 3. Everybody that signed up, thank you guys so much for the support. We really appreciate it. We hope you're enjoying this inaugural season of Gravity Rush, and I can't wait to see what top 3 racers are going to lock in their spot into the next LAN event. Possibly the next Citizen Con, where we're going to see some of these racers hopefully go head-to-head against some of the best around the world. So thank you all so much for joining us. We really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you guys here in 2 weeks for the semifinals of Gravity Rush. We'll see you guys next time. By the way, thank you so much, Cyberfox, once again for joining us today. I believe in the semifinals, we'll have Jacqueline and Croncy back in action for some more Gravity Rush. Take it easy, guys. Peace.